Hado tumerudi tena, nimeamua kuianzisha. So bwana Alexio and all the other panelists, yeah, you can join, eh? At least so that we can continue with the discussion. History ya Maina Njenga ilikuwa imehit sana. Let me share the link. I think people should be able to join. That is the link. So you can come and we discuss about what you feel about Maina Njenga and what does it depict to our society. Because I think it is a representation of our society. How comes? Kwa nini? Why is it that technocrats and thinkers, they seem to be like taking a backstage in Mount Kenya region, and people without very good history ndio wanaonekana pale mbele. Those are some of the things we need to think here. I think the discussion was hot. It was good. Yeah, guys, continue joining. Muingie. So I feel, despite there being a power vacuum, it's also it is also the result of what we have been losing as a society. As our moral decay, some of these leaders, they start sprouting. And by the way, this is how almost every community in the world reacts to issues. Ili wakati watu wanataka kupigana na jambo, hawaendangi kupigana na wote kama nini, like a front. Kuna kuanga na people usually make groups, watu wanatengenezanga ma groups za kuenda kupigana and to fight for their rights. That is what happens. Hata ukienda pali kama hapo Palestine, you might hear that unaweza sikia wakijidistance na hii group yao inaitwa Hamas, but it is part of them because hiyo sasa ndio ile group inaongoza wao in this front. That is what happened. Like this hizi mavita, wakati watu wanapigana, you cannot go all of you, so people are always form organization. So ndio unakuta like in Palestine they have Hamas. Even in America themselves, they also have some funny groups. Bado unasikia KKK, Proud Boys, Antifa. Those things happen because politicians or politics at the end of the day is formation to form. Okay. Okay, sawa. Alexio, nimeamua kuianzisha kabla ya ukuje.
Nilikuwa nimeanzisha hiyo ingine. So tuta delete moja.
Haya.
Okay. Okay, let's just proceed.
Haya, pole, sikujua. Zilikuwa mbili?
Okay, nime delete moja, usijali.
Okay,
so
ni sawa.
Proceed with this one.
Okay, no problem. So nitaanzia na kukuuliza swali bwana Alexio.
Yes.
Because we can start understanding this issue of Miguna. Why do you think like a place in Palestine there is this group called Hamas? Hii Hamas imetoka wapi?
Hamas, I have not researched on it, but I think Hamas came in to fill the vacuum that was left because of poor leadership, especially if you see the Palestine wako na president anaitwa Abbas, si ndio?
Yeah.
Who took over from after the death of alikuwa anaitwa I've forgotten that he was a famous.
Yeah, I understand. Nairobi unasema
but Yasser Arafat.
Yeah. Can Palestine government speak against Hamas?
No, they can't speak because they don't have power. So personally, I think Hamas is like the way in Somalia we used to have Al-Shabaab. So Hamas, I think they are well organized. They have a militia which can be able to counter Israel and fight Israel. But Palestinian government, it doesn't have anything to fight Israel. They live on the masses of Israel, actually.
Yeah, so it is usually very hard. It is very difficult for you to divorce Hamas and the Palestine. So you don't know who is who. So that is the reality. And that is what happens sometimes when people become voiceless. Other groups which do not make sense, they seem as if they can make the solution, and even they put you in the background. Unakuwa sasa wewe hata hakuna kitu unaweza fanya. Sasa there's a reason why nimepeana hii example. Unaona hata history ya Maina Njenga, it is trying to show you that Mount Kenya region, the way they are behaving is kind of they are defenseless. They are defenseless. They can't organize themselves to a concept whereby they can be able to have they can be able to exercise the usual hegemony which they used to have, and those are signs of showing that a territory is falling. Do you know that the territories fall? For your information, territories fall, and disorganization is part of the reason which can show you this territory is no longer like the alpha and omega like the way we used to think. So, and the Kikuyu community and the Mount Kenya community, they are not an option. They are not an exception that they cannot degrade or they cannot crumble. That system can crumble, and so that we don't start accusing people like Maina Njenga. Then they have to start giving us a serious, formidable direction. We have to start seeing them agreeing on one thing, agreeing on one voice. Lakini kwa nini when you compare to Mount Kenya region and Kalenjin people look very focused and they look very organized and they have a streamlined direction of leadership, but hawa watu wengine ambao wako na uongozi na wao, it is vice versa. It is the other way direction. There is no focus, there is no direction. Si Ruto alikuwa huko na hata akakuwa na mkutano kubwa sana na watu. He was there and he is organized, but in Mount Kenya region the only mkutano, unajua hata mimi naweza sema hapa pia Gachagua is failing himself. Since aende Mount Kenya, the only meeting amekuwa nayo huko ni ile ya kukula mchele na hii ya kutembeza watoto. Kwa nini hata yeye huyu Rigathi Gachagua, he thinks he is so powerful and he can be able to bring these people together? Why is he not saying that now tutakuwa na mkutano ya watu wa kutoka Mount Kenya region, we speak about our way forward? Why is he not why is he not galvanizing people to that? And when other people say that they want to speak about something, and there's something I want to say here. Alex the other day alisema we need to respect the intelligence of Baba. When Baba chooses, I'm quoting Alex and maybe he can come here, but alisema when Baba chooses to work with somebody, kuna kitu ameona, and sometimes we need to agree to it. So maybe somebody needs to tell me Maina Njenga alitoka wapi kwa Baba. We need to understand alitoka wapi, because umesikia hata kwa TV akisema mimi ni kwa Azimio, hata tuko pamoja na Baba. He always speaks about tuko na Baba. So what is the relationship between Baba and Maina Njenga? Those are things which we need to know. Can Baba give his testimony? Has this guy really reformed? Because what I know is that people change. We had Saul who became Paul, and he is the greatest writer of epistles in the Bible, 14 of them. So I don't think we need to cripple people too much their history. I've seen prostitutes being married by somebody and they become good wives. I'm not saying you marry a prostitute. Maybe sijasema uende kwa prostitute. But I know of two people walitoa mabibi from the streets, and those people are now wives. So, and we cannot start incriminating that woman to his former life. Although najua tae anaweza kuwa saa zingine anahangaika kwa akili yake of the former wrongs. So I understand what we are saying here. And me, I did not say that Kikuyu people need to listen to Maina Njenga. No, but what we need to ask ourselves is, where are the alternate voices? If even in any case they are there, which are the other alternate voices which can still galvanize people? See at history ya watu wanatokezea kulament. I don't like the way akina Kabogo wanatokezeanga wanasema. I want to see somebody who is putting people on an agenda, on a trajectory. The reason why Maina Njenga is steering the show, it is because he seems to have an agenda for the people. He seems to have an agenda. ulisikia akiambia watu sana, even if the agenda is fake, anatokezea na anaambia watu tutaongea story ya Muthegi. That's an agenda. Is there any person in Mount Kenya region who has come out and showed people a positive trajectory towards changing the society? Hakuna. So wacha niingize Romeo. So that has been the problem in Mount Kenya region. And when Bwana Alex, nimesema hapa Mount Kenya is a gone case, is a carcass. These are the confirmation of kitu imekufa namna gani. Number one, we have never, even during Moi time, Mount Kenya has never functioned the way it is functioning now. Even during Moi time, Mount Kenya politics were a bit streamlined. They were a bit streamlined. Even during Moi time, Akira Matiba, you could see something happening, like you could see some front, you could see some respect of people with knowledge. But somewhere along the way, Mount Kenya region agreed to demagoguery. They agreed to people who don't make sense. They agreed to people without character being their leader. Besha. And I've told you, I have participated in election in Mount Kenya region. For you to win election is bribery na kununua pombe na kununulia watu masigara. I have attended those meetings and I know what they do. Unasikia yule jamaa anajisimamisha, yule jamaa anajisimamisha, ananunulia watu masigara na pombe. Kuna watu hata kunywa hizo vitu like the general public. Kuna watu who are very serious. But there is a targeting group, wale watu watakuwa na muimbia asubuhi na nini. And you realize that that group ile ambayo inanunuliwa pombe na sigara is the same group now which goes to make decisions for you who is going to become your MP. You think these MPs who are a part of our system ni common mwananchi ambaye anafikiria amewachagua? You will be shocked. Those people are products ya walevi na bangi na sigara, because that is what we use to lure people to politics. Kuna wale watu around 10-15% who will go to vote from their own consciousness, but we don't have. And it is impossible that in the whole of Mount Kenya region they have no one saying, they have no one saying in politics. Forget about what walikuwa nominated for easy position, like unaangalia you have sijui akina nani. Look at all that map of our representative. No matter how we come here to castigate Maina Njenga, until the societal fabric changes, that guy will still continue commanding an illusion. We might say that he doesn't have support, but that illusion will always be there. So the community has to wake up and we start having serious people. But if the community is not serious, people like Maina Njenga will always be on the front, because already the system has allowed them to be there because of the way we behave, because of our love of money, kupenda mapombe na sigara. So Maina Njenga is just a reflection of us. And we are saying that he is not a serious person. Show me that serious person who you want to be followed by people and they are not even giving a straightforward agenda. Maina Njenga ndiye ametokezea na agenda. He is saying that we have to talk about the way forward of the people. Lazima tuongee story ya Muthegi. Whether it is good or bad, the truth of the matter is that thing is showing some form of direction. Na kiongozi ni yule ambaye anaoneshana barabara. That is why Maina Njenga is steering the show. Not that because he is good, but it is because he is trying to show some direction to a very desperate population. So wale watu ambao wataki Maina Njenga are still the show. Pia wao watokeze and they show our people direction. But we should not start accusing Maina Njenga that Maina Njenga is this way, and yet the good people are nowhere, and they are not doing anything. They are not galvanizing people. They are not having agenda. Thank you.
Yes, Kenyan Madamana, I can see your hand up.
Nashukuru sana. This is second part, and we have to be honest with everything that we speak, so that we can heal our hearts or our wounds that we have been wounded so long. Na hii mambo imeendelea kwa muda mrefu. I wanted to say this on this forum. Sisi watu wa niseme wa Kikuyu hatupendani. We don't like each other. And that is why you see we have got those people like Maendeleo Yondre amesema habari ya kutumika. Kutumiwa muumize Mkikuyu mwenzako. Hiyo ni shida moja tuko nayo. Na si huko nyumbani tu. I think it is everywhere. Wakikuyu hawapendani. I'm sorry to say that. And I fear no contradiction. Anything that you think you are doing for the benefit of these people, they don't recognize. They feel like it's very easy to do that. Kwa hivyo wao hawajali. Nasema hivyo nikijua kweli kabisa those things have really happened to many people. Many Kikuyus from each other. Look at during Moi time. We had those famous people from Kikuyu, not famous of being good or whatever, famous towards Moi. We had Kamodho, we had Gigi Karaoke, we had Kiheka. Hao hakuna kitu hawangefanyia wenzao. We had also Gachagua. If you look those people, hata vile tuseme for example, hata vile huyu Kamodho alikufa, did anybody notice? Was there any alarming information about his death? Na vile alikuwa ni kama yeye anabebea Moi viatu. It's very sad. Wakikuyu pahali popote mko hampendani. I don't know whether they can change or that is the way they are created. Because that hatred is too much. Wameonyesha ulimwengu mzima. Na ninasema hivyo kwa sababu I'll give you just one reason to my own perspective. Uhuru amejaribu kuongelesha Wakikuyu na akawaambia, but kuwekwa huo uchuki ndani yao was very easy. Wakachukia Uhuru just for the sake of hate. And that is why right now they are crying, because it was just hate with no idea, with no facts. Chuki ambayo ilikuwa na mizizi mikubwa sana. Sasa hiyo mizizi, maji imeisha, haitaota, miti inaanguka na inakauka. That is how they are now, Kikuyus. Kwa sababu ya kujipenda na kuchukia mwenzako Mkikuyu. Kuna mtu alikuwa anaongea, another clip I was watching. Akasema msifikirie ati uchawi iko kwa kabila fulani na kabila fulani. It's everywhere, and I don't want to go deeper than that. So, Maendeleo Yondre brought a very good point. Kwa nini Wakikuyu mnakubali kutumika? And remember the point she put up. Hata wenye walikuwa wanafanya hivyo ni kabila fulani. Wakijihusisha ati ni Wakikuyu kwa sababu ya Mungiki. You Kikuyu, you die on a camouflage from another tribe because you want to show you are so committed and you are so good towards that leader who does not have any mercy on you. He has no idea of you. Hata hawafikiri. Mimi nitafikisha hapo. I am very sad kujua at my tribe hampendani. Na nimekuja kujua through so many ways. Si hata hiyo, even me, my own experience. Kikuyu don't love each other. Fadhali akufe, kabila ingine achukue. That's how we are. Asiogopi, yule atasikia vibaya, aniulize swali nitamjibu kwa sababu I have the experience for that. I've seen it myself. Na ukiangalia sababu hakuna, just hatred from nowhere. Asanti, niko tu hapa nasikiza. Asanteni.
Thank you, Kenyan Maandamano Kamili. Let's hear from Romeo.
Thank you, my brother Alexio. Good to see you, Bwana Njiro. Maandamano Kamili Mama. It's good to see you as well. First, I wanted to join this conversation when we still had the previous live stream, but yeah, I understand that we had to change. When it comes to the issue that we have been talking about for the next, I kind of joined a little late, about half an hour ago. But one thing I want to say this. I want to say thank you to Njiru and Maandamano Kamili for being, although hard to be able to criticize your own, being able to find the guts to just call it what it is. And I'm not here to say that I'm an expert in Kikuyu's politics and how things are, because I'm not. I'm not a Kikuyu either. But what I'm appreciating is calling out your own men and women who you can see now for yourselves that when given opportunity, they could have done Kenya better and well, but they didn't. For me, I'm coming from a different point of view. I'm looking at my Kikuyu brothers and sisters as a brother and sister who has lost their way at the moment. At the moment, we all have, in life at some time, we all go astray because of one reason or another. And it does not mean you're not my brother or my sister. It does not mean that we come from the same house, same family, you name it. To me, I pivot this conversation to my Kikuyu brothers and sisters who matter a lot in our politics are currently astray. They are astray while we are suffering immensely. Now, then the question becomes, how do we cater for our brothers and sisters from the Kikuyu land while we still fight at the front, those of us that are still, for lack of a better word, still focused and able to fight the war? It's almost like, when our brother or our sister is injured and wako kwa bench, the team still needs to come together, the rest of us that are available to keep fighting. That's why, for me, I don't think we need to make Kikuyus the centerpiece of Kenyan politics. And no tribe should. Because if we keep doing that, then it means that then Kenya might not really move forward unless we fix the Kikuyu politics. Which I understand people that come from that school of thought, where Kikuyu politics does matter a lot. Not only does it matter, where the seat of our government is located is basically in Kikuyu land or Kikuyu area. Nairobi is just part of Kiambu, if you ask me. That's what I think. So most of our government buildings, offices, you name it, they're located within Kikuyu land. And so I would say since we got independence to this day, I see why Kikuyus play a major role in Kenya politics and why they do matter for sure. Not only their numbers as well, but also where the seat of power is located. I once had a conversation and I said to some friends, I don't think Kenyan politics will be where it is if the seat of power, remember what I just said, the seat of power, which is the Supreme Court, the three branches. If those three branches of government were located in the western Kenyan part of Kenya, I don't think Kenyan politics will be the way it is. I'm not saying that people in the western Kenya are better than Kikuyus or the coastal people. No. It's just that when you study how politics work in those areas, it's a little bit on based on merit than how much someone can can um, can basically buy you alcohol or dinner or lunch to buy your vote. I think maybe it's um it's something that I've said. I think maybe it would be different because people from Western Kenya, they kind of think a little bit different. And I'm not saying that they don't have their own faults. They do.
Maybe
We
Romeo
all
to
do.
guide you. 1 minute. The reason why tulikuwa tunaongea hiyo story ya Kikuyu, it was because of Njenga. Maybe you can also intertwine that with the Njenga issue. That's why it came out, because najua the issue of Njenga is very hot now. That's the reason why. It's not that we glued our talk too much to Kikuyu politics, but it is because of what Njenga is doing, galvanizing people in Mount Kenya region.
Yeah, so I was actually going to tie it up to that. You see, the reason why I think, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, the reason why I think Raila is such a force to reckon with in Luo Nyanza, for instance, or even Western Kenyan politics, is because of his repertoire. It is because of his history, things he has done as a person. It's really hard, even if you're another Luo and you want to kind of take over from Raila. It's really difficult while he's still alive because he comes across almost like someone who is what's the right word to use? Untainted. I'm not saying he's not. I don't know. I don't know Raila personally, but the way he has mastered his politics, it's almost impossible. Now, when we compare that to the like of, let's say, Maina Njenga to be the next Raila of Kikuyu land, it's really impossible because Maina Njenga's background is very questionable. I question it. Most of us question it. We all question it. And if you look at different men and women that were mentioned in Kikuyu land, like Kabogo and who else was mentioned? Waititu. All these characters are questionable characters. Can man and woman change? Absolutely. But we can only judge them from what we have seen them do. We can't judge them by prophesying that he'll be great or she'll be great. We are not doing justice to them, actually. A man and a woman is judged from what they have done. So if we look at Maina Njenga and we look at his history, it could be that, hey, the Mungiki thing, he was just used, blah, 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 you name it. But just the way he entered the public scene is a little bit questionable. I mean, I don't have the evidence either way that, hey, he was a good man that was used. I don't have that. But I'm just using logic, common sense, that Maina Njenga can pull crowds, yes. And I know politics is a numbers game and it's a game of interests. I understand that. Now, can Raila Odinga come together with the likes of Maina Njenga? Absolutely, if the interests align. Politics is about interest. Let's put tribal, everything aside. It's about interest. It can work. Now, then the question becomes, is Maina Njenga someone in the caliber of Raila Odinga? If you ask me, hell no, not even close. Okay, that's just the truth. And if you want to argue with me, that's fine. I won't argue about that because I understand some people's reality is different. Mine is very simple. So how does Maina Njenga and Raila sit on one table, or for lack of a better word, be on the same bed? Is because of interests. But interests can only take you so far. At some point, interests change and alliances break. We have seen that with many people who have been with Raila and what he stands for and how their interests have changed. There's so many, Ruto is one of them, Most people look at Ababu Namwamba. Let's give you an example of Ababu Namwamba. I would have never thought ever in this lifetime that Ababu Namwamba will go separate ways with Raila. But I guess if you look at Ababu Namwamba's true character personality of, you know, expensive suits, designer shoes, that's not a Raila thing. So you can tell right away that Raila, after a while, realized this is a man who is full of himself. He's in for himself. Anybody that is looking for a leader and you end up electing a leader who wears designer watches like Murkomen, you have a problem. You don't know what you're doing. Because someone that wears designer stuff, they're so out of touch with the reality of a common mwananchi. And so Maina Njenga is actually an interesting story because I believe you can change. People change. I want to give him a benefit of a doubt, but I can only judge Maina Njenga from his past. I can't judge Maina Njenga from things he hasn't done. So I can give him a benefit of a doubt and say, look, at this moment, our interests converge. If our interests are converging, then it means that we actually might find a common ground and front our interests together. So I think that's what's happening. But with a caveat, knowing how Kikuyus play politics, and both of you, all of you who are Kikuyus are listening, and I'm not a basher. I'm just saying from what I've seen, it's a matter of time. To me, I feel like Kikuyus, like someone once said, I think it was Mutahi Ngunyi that said, a Kikuyu will never tell you the price of his product or her product until market day. Okay? Which basically he means, what he was saying at that time, or he meant, is they will wait until the last minute. Whoever is offering the largest amount, that's who they're going to sell to. And that is to me, I'm afraid of that. Because, Njiro, I'll give you as an example. If you and I went into partnership and you don't show me your hand, even as a partner, until the day we're about to get into a deal is when you tell me your price. But then unknowingly, I also know that there's another guy willing to offer better price than I am, by even 1 shilling or 2 shillings. You will go for them. You see, in politics doesn't work like a market. If we keep working like a market in politics, then at some point tutauzana sisi wote. So to me, that's why I'm afraid when it comes to an alliance with someone like Maina Njenga. Because at some point, I'm afraid he's going to pull the Kikuyu, I call it the Kikuyu principle, which is, I don't show my hand until market day. You know, that is just a cultural thing. So then the question then becomes, how do I just trust you? Because trust is a blind thing. I'm just hoping that you're going to keep your word come market day, that you're going to sell that cow to me and not to Maandamano Kamili because she has better price. Kama tulisha agree, Rob, or whoever you are, that hey, we have agreed to sell this cow to you for 1,000 shillings. Lakini market day, you take 1,050 bob, just 50 shillings extra. So that trust is eroded. And that is where I'm thinking, and I'm speaking from an outsider here, so I'm not an expert in Kikuyu politics, but that's how I'm seeing it from outside. Maybe I'm hoping that how outsiders look at it matters to you. I see a people that will change their mind even after coming on the table and signing a deal. So a gentleman or a gentle lady agreement does not count. And that, I think, is what, if you ask me, Raila is afraid of, probably, of even coming out and saying, Njenga ndio mtu wa Kikuyu land. You know, he can come out and say, Njenga, we are working together, but he can't. Why? Because when you've been burnt so many times and you have seen the same pattern over and over again, if you ask me, I'll be very afraid as well. I'll be I'll be cautious when I'm signing a deal because I don't know if you can change your mind come the actual day of which transaction actually happens. I don't know if that explains it, Njiro. And I do want to have a conversation. I don't want to just have a monologue.
Nimekusikia. Maybe before Alexio comes, let me weigh in. Na tafadhali watu mwanzie kukuja. We had a very hot discussion. Alex, Julia, all those people. Yeah, the floor is open. 6 people still remaining. So, Lomio, you see, there is one thing which we need to understand. That when it comes to politics and when it comes to communities, they are 2 different things. You could be a very good mobilizer, but at the same time, you in politics does not align you well. And the reason why I'm saying that, when you look at Maina Njenga is a very weak person politically, because politics needs more than what he gives people or what he tells people. Politics is a multifaceted business, but there are some places whereby Maina Njenga has been very effective in mobilizing. So what happens to people like, and that's why even when he was having Mungiki, he was very effective in that front, because the work of Maina Njenga is to bring people together. And that is why during campaign or when elections are very near, you will never hear somebody calling Maina Njenga Mungiki. You will never hear. You will not hear somebody saying, hatutaki hata support ya Njenga. Au akina Ruto wenyewe, they were all salivating for his support during campaign. Why? There is one thing which I want to explain here, Bwana Romeo. When it comes to mobilizing people, na kuna kitu nitasema hapa, in our community tunaitanga kioga. Tunaitanga kioga. Kioga is like an attraction. Let me call it attraction. Kama Raila Odinga akona kioga. Kioga is an attraction. Yani like huyo mtu akikuwa pahali lazima watu wakuje. Inaitangwa kioga. Saa zingine watu kama akina Ruto kitu kama hiyo wanaweza kosa because they need to lie so that people come to them. And this is what happens to Njenga. Njenga akona hiyo mvuto. Like he can bring people somewhere even if it is to tell them nothing. But he can be, and that attribute by itself is very powerful. That attribute. I'm not talking of his character, but I'm just talking of how watu wanakuanga na kioga. We used to have them even in our communities long time ago. Mtu ambaye hata akikuwa pahali like unasikia tu hawa watu ni kama like huyu mtu tu akona mvuto, anavuta watu. We usually have those people. But the problem which happens is hawa watu wakona mvuto, it happens that some of them do not have very good character, and some of them they happen to misuse hiyo mvuto. So what I'm saying here is that let's not verify Njenga too much. Raila Odinga has never said bloodily that he is part of Maina Njenga. I understand that. Lakini, there is something which we also need to ask ourselves. Why is it that a cabal of people, they seem to be following this person? Watu fulani wanakaa wanafuata huyu mtu. And now this guy is even reaching to a level whereby he is now even close to the center of discussion when it comes to power brokerage in Mount Kenya region. He is now at the center of that. Like when you are talking of power brokerage in Mount Kenya region, Maina Njenga is now in the stake of that. Can you imagine Maina Njenga saying, tutaita Uhuru hapa to discuss vile atapeana Muthegi? I want you to understand. Imefika hiyo level aje. It's simple. It is either by design or it is the community is veering off the road. And the community is veer off.
Just to kind of add to what you just said, I actually agree with you when you say the Kikuyu community is in a crisis. I see the crisis. And if you ask me, who exacerbated the crisis? The crisis was there, but who exacerbated it is Ruto, who added, for lack of a better word, fuel to the fire. Ruto did. Ruto came to Kikuyu land and studied Kikuyus very well. And he knew that come market day, if I pay a higher price than Raila Odinga to whatever Kikuyus are selling, I will win. I'm not talking as far as numbers of votes, but as far as even how the votes were stolen in Kikuyu land, it means you must have bought a few people at the top who could galvanize, like Kuria came out and said in public, mimi na Wahome na sijui na nani sisi ndio tuliibia Ruto kura Mount Kenya. He came and said it. And one thing I like about drunkards is they'll always tell you the truth at some point. Kuria came and told us. So, but Ruto gave Kuria gave Ruto, and Gachagua gave Ruto a price. This is how much it's going to cost you to get Kikuyu's votes. Ruto looked at it. Ruto didn't argue about it. Didn't say, oh, you know, I don't, or maybe negotiate. No. He said, oh, that's all it takes. Yes, you got the money. I'll pay for it. And that's how that was gone. So even the story of how Gachagua became the DP, we all know. He literally arm twisted Ruto by telling Ruto, look, if you take Kindiki, I believe it's Kindiki, right? The other guy yeah. If you take Kindiki as your deputy, kiss goodbye the larger Mount Kenya votes, or mainly Kikuyu votes, goodbye. And Gachagua was telling him the truth. Ruto being smart here, and let's give him where credit is due, because he did his homework. He looked at Kindiki. I do want Kindiki as my DP, but Kindiki might not win me the election, so forget it. I'm gonna get a guy who has the grit and the arrogancy to go and steal votes for me in Kikuyu land, and that's Mr. Gachagua. Mr. Gachagua has worked in the system before for Moi, so he knows how we do these things. So that was an easy pick for him. He was just like, look, I'm sorry, Mr. Kindiki, you are more of a technocrat, somebody, a professor, nini. You're going to tell me this is bad, this is good. Gachagua, on the other hand, is just going to tell him, look, the price for Kikuyu votes is this much, and I will deliver. And he was right, and he did. Not as far as the truth election results, but as far as faking results and manipulating results in Kikuyu land, Gachagua succeeded. So to me, I'm trying not to just put this thing about Maina Njenga as just one person. I think sometimes you just got to look at the entirety of politics in the area and see men and women who have risen there in the past, how their behaviors work. Because if we just zero into Maina Njenga, then we're being unfair to him. Because then Maina Njenga is playing the same game. Maina Njenga is waiting for the right time to show his hand to Raila and say, look, this is how much it's going to cost you for Kikuyu votes. I am not kidding. It's going to happen again. And if I was Raila, I will never take the deal. But again, it's going to happen again. And this is why at some point people start getting tired of Raila politics. And people start asking, mbona wewe haukuiba? Kama ulikuwa unajua anaenda kuiba? Because Raila knew Ruto was going to steal. Don't tell me he didn't know. He knew. Even Uhuru knew. Now, then the question becomes, mbona Uhuru na Raila hawakuiba? It means these men have principle. They decided, there's no need of stealing, and then we go into office, with the wrong principle of being elected. So sometimes being a principled person really, really, really matters.
Bwana Romi, hapo unanipoteza. The same Uhuru who has also said that his story in 13 and 17. Hapo unanipoteza kidogo.
No,
Please,
brother, let me tell you, I've come here before and I've talked about Uhuru is not my favorite person either. And I've been questioned. I think it was Alex question, akaniambia sijui silete maneno ya Uhuru hapa. Uhuru, we are trying to come together, and I'm like, we cannot come together in the sense of, we can't galvanize together in lack of principles. Like, it's almost like, no, I've criticized Uhuru here before. Even Martha Karua I've criticized here. And I think it was the other day, and Alex came about, oh, you cannot tell us about Martha Karua, blah, blah, blah. But when you call a spade, to me, I'm a principled person, okay? If I did wrong, I would accept and say, here, fellow countrymen and women, nilifanya makosa. Nilijaribu kucheza politics yangu style fulani, lakini niligundua ni makosa. I have learned from it, okay? So when I came here and said Martha Karua has never said that, I was so criticized. Many, many months ago when I came here, and I remember very well, Bernard was the moderator, and I tried to say, please, let's stop glorifying Uhuru. Uhuru is part of the mess we're in. I was ostracized and told, oh, you know, we are trying to come together, nini, nini. But even when we try to come together, what binds us together? To me, when I was criticized at that point, what I realized is this community of sound, candid talk was a community of convenience and interest. That was it. It just happened that our interests align at this time. But if factors, or what should I say, if things were to change, we will align ourselves differently as well. Now, principle does not count. I wish we would be together in principle, that ata Raila akikosa, we call him out. Ata Uhuru akikosa, we call him out. And that does not mean that we don't understand politics of interest. I get it. But we also need to have principles in what we do. So you're right, brother Njiru. I have criticized Uhuru here, and I was ostracized for trying to criticize Uhuru that, oh, bygones are bygones. You know, we are trying to unite. So my conclusion was we were just a community of interests. We don't want to accept where we have gone wrong. And that's why when I came on, I started by saying, I really appreciate you and Maandamano Kamili, because you're telling the truth. Kwenye tulienda mbaya. That does not mean that I hate my Kikuyu brother and sister or Kalenjin brother and sister. No, it doesn't mean that. But I think it's important for us to look each other in the eye and say, my Kikuyu brother and sister, you went wrong here. This culture of not showing your hand until the day of kununua your product, you're turning politics into a marketplace. It's killing Kenyan politics. That's just the truth. Kikuyus like it or not. I appreciate that. So I'm willing to criticize where criticism is necessary, and I'm willing to acknowledge where good things have been done by either one or the other.
sawa, wacha tukue na never give up, alafu na Mama Selina. Never give up, come ahead.
Njiru, habari zenu na kila
Go ahead.
mtu. Hello?
Tunakusikia. Thank you very much. Go ahead.
Yeah, nilikuwa nataka tu kucontribute hiyo habari ya Mungiki. The way I look at it is if actually there's a bad name, you know these people, they have bad name. Why should you let yourself be a leader of a bad name? Why? Because there are things that Mungiki did earlier which were very, very dirty. If you can see Michuki himself, how he came out and he started killing these guys, and these people are from his own tribe. Sincerely speaking, these people were dirty. I even had friends from there, from Kikuyu, and I still have them now. They tell me Mungikis were terrible. They would come
Walk around the area, I mean, everywhere in Kikuyu. And if you have a nice house, you pay ushuru, you pay kitu kidogo, you have to pay. And it all depends on how your house looks like. If it is very nice, it is built, it is nini of modern, I mean, the way it's been built, it's stone walled, everything, you pay a lot of money, maybe 1,000, you part with 1,000 monthly from people you don't even know. But if you have a grass thatched house, whatnot, you pay only 200 and you just have to pay. If you have a son, this son must come out to fight, to try to extort money from people by force. That is why even these Kikuyu young lads, they never used to go to school. Most of them, they don't go to school because they know how to get their money. They normally said, if you go to school, you don't know what you're going to do there. You see, we know how we get money. Let the ones who have gone to school, we can get money from them. There's even a one-time lady who died, and she was to be buried in Kikuyu, and right here in Nairobi, they have houses. They have, well, flats. When we went there, I mean, where she was buried was just maybe a kichaka, just just a yard, and no houses, no nothing. We were even surprised. We said, "Hey, why like this?" The guy told us, "Mungiki." So why would you agree to be a ring leader to a sect like this? Even if Maina Njenga is saying he's cleansed and he's even saved, there's nothing like that. We can't take that. That is a man in a sheepskin. He's just covering himself so that we may not know things. I don't think. And maybe central people should think twice and choose leaders. If they really want leaders, they should be choosing leaders. They don't choose people like, I am a leader, my name is Matangi. I am a leader, my name is what? I mean, dirty names like that. Now, just see, you want to choose a Bungiki as a leader. No, it can't happen. You cannot allow this. You cannot allow this. There's no vacuum there. You cannot allow this. It's time to come out and show yourselves as good people. The good people we know. It's not that you're short of leaders who are learned. Jiru, you are here. Eh? You have learned people, even Akina Julia there, Akina SG. Why do you just decide to go and choose a Mungiki man? Because he has followers. Which followers? Those followers are just like the followers who put Ruto on the seat. Now they are crying. Eh? There are people who don't even know what they're doing. They don't know. Eh? Those are young people who are taking Bangi and following him. I can't agree. I cannot agree. You
And
have to choose leaders. Come out and choose good leaders. Eh?
never
Maina
give
Njenga
up.
is not a leader. Never. Never. That
Ne-
is a
ne-
man in a sheepskin. He's a pretender. He's pretending. Once he goes in there, he'll do the exact things he has to do. He was doing. His characters are there. They are on the wall. He is their boss. Why is he there? Why is he choosing himself as a boss? Why do I have to be a boss to be, to be on top of people? And I know what they do. They are doing ugly things. I cannot accept to be one of you. No, no. If Michuki was alive today, Maina Njenga would be down. That's all I have to say for now.
and I agree with never give up and what she has said. And that's why, to me, I'm trying to say that, like a good brother and sister who is having a crisis, the rest of us who are left, we still need to come together and sort the mess we are in, sort the mess out that we are in it. We are in a mess that cannot wait for Kikuyus to figure out who's going to lead them. And we are seeing how their politics is shaping up with the Waititus, Kabogos, and Jenga. Those are the people that right now that I believe, other than Martha Karua, those are the people, the names that I've had most people bring up. To me, as Kenya is not just Kikuyus. Let's just be honest, it's not. So the other brothers and sisters of this home called Kenya, they need to come up and help sort out the problem that is in Kenya, while our brother and sister, the Kikuyu, is sorting out their issues and their crisis. We all have crisis at some point or another in our lives. And that's what I'm seeing the Kikuyu community is going through. And that's how I take it. Now, because the Kikuyu community is in a crisis, does it mean Kenya should stay in crisis? To me, I say no. One brother or sister should not determine if a family stays in crisis or not. The other brothers and sisters should get up, help the brother in crisis, and even if the brother in crisis, they want to sort their own problem, they need to go to rehab and stuff like I'm using metaphorical language here. They need to go to rehab, they need to go and just kind of sort themselves out, on the side. We still need to do something. So to me, I'm of the approach of trying to sort Kenyan crisis issue we have today with or without Mount Kenya in the picture, and most probably without them in the picture. And that's why I started by saying I understand they play a key role because of where the power, the seat of power is in Kenya and their numbers. I get it. But at some point, we have to figure it out. The other 40 tribes or 41 or 2 have to figure it out. How do we sort ourselves out while our brother is in rehab and sorting themselves out? Back to you, Alexia.
Thank you, Romeo. Yes, Kikuyu brothers and sisters are in deep crisis, but this crisis is their own making. Me, I look at it this way. Kikuyus needed to have left power in 2007. They refused. They used Kadabra, and then they get themselves in power. Come 2013, God gave them a chance to come and repent to Kenyans and leave power in 2013. They refused. They took the power again. That is, we know in Bible there's a sin of glutton. They are kind of gluttonous. So that power, the gluttonous tag, and the sin of glutton is the one that is costing them up today. They have to repent. They did a mistake to Kenyans. And that by taking power on themselves rather than giving it out, allowing it to flow to go around the country. So that sin is the one that is eating them right now. They have to repent that sin. Let's hear from Brother Benson.
I don't know whether you can hear me.
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay, thank you very much. Maybe I was listening to the conversation behind the curtains, yeah. But I want just to ask maybe Romeo a question about he's saying as the Kenya should find the solution as the Kikuyu nation also is finding a solution. But you know how our fabric is made. Our fabric is made in such a way that the Kikuyu nation make part of us, part of our country. So if they're not in the picture, or maybe if they're sorting themselves out, how is Kenya, the rest of the Kenya, going to sort themselves out when they're not there?
Okay, I guess, thank you, Brother Benson and Karibu. I'll try and answer it. It doesn't mean that I have a monopoly with answers here.
Romeo, 1 minute. Nilikuwa nikifikiria saa zingine kuna huyu Mama Selina anakujanga hapa na pengine anakuanga na mbio. So Mama Selina, are you still in a hurry? Munaweza mruhusu a contribute, then you come on board. Saa zingine anakujanga hapa akiwa tu amehema sana. Do you want to speak or you?
I don't know if nimefungua nikakuta Alex na nikaona watu nasikia tena hapa nikasikia watu wakiongea mambo ya Maina Njenga, mambo ya Mwingiki, nikasikia mambo ya Moi. Sijui kama ilikuwa ni leo ama ni kitambo. Wacha niseme kitu moja, na nashukuru huyo dada ameongea kuhusu mambo ya nini. Kulikuwa na vijana wawili, kuna Mwengiki ilikuwa mara mbili. Kuna Mwengiki ilikuwa ina mtu anaongozwa na Waironge. Waironge ni mtu ya Njoro. So Michuki nimesikia tena Chulia akisema Michuki alikuja akaua Mwengiki. Mwengiki mara ya kwanza ikiundwa ilikuwa inaundwa kwa sababu ya kutoa Moi. Sasa Moi ndiye alilete Maina Njenga ndiyo counterpart hule Waironge. Kuna Mwengiki walikuwa wameshuka ile nywele mbaya ile na kufuta tumbaku. Wale ni wale vijana nafikiria Chulia amesema wakuenda shule. So Waironge ni mtu ya Njoro na Maina Njenga ni ya Nyandarua. Kibiripiri hapo Laikipia. So wakati walileta hawa vijana kwanza walikuwa nalete kupigana. But ikaenda out of hands. Hiyo vijana Mwengiki mara mbili walipigana sana. Wakakuja wale walikuwa na sekta ya matatu. Na wakakuja wale walikuwa na ua watu, na nikasikia Alex anasema wanaume walikuwa na tairisha wamama. Sasa wacha niwaambie, hiyo Mwengiki walikuwa na wamama pia wameingia hiyo group. Na hata kijana alikuwa najua mama yake achatairi, anaitia wamama wengine wanakuja kufanya hiyo kazi. So hiyo mambo ya Mwengiki yenye walikuwa na maneno mbaya, walikuwa na Waironge, na ndio walikuwa naletwa na kina Michuki kwa sababu walikuwa nataka Moi kutolewa. Moi akashika Maina Njenga kupigana na wale Mwengiki wengine. So na tulikuwa Nakuru na ilikuwa mbaya sana. Ilikuwa Kirinyaga ndio sana, Murang'a ikakuja Nakuru, Molo silikuwa mbaya sana. Lakini wakati walipigana wakauawa, pipi ya Njenga Maina akauawa, pipi ya kwanza sijui pipi ya pili, na hata yeye wakati serikali ilikuwa inataka kumuua, Maina Njenga akatoka. Vijana walitoroka kweli, Chulia amesema ukweli, walijua mpaka familia. But hiyo ni kitu Wakikuyu wenyewe walianza kutaka kuchukua serikali. Na wakati sasa Kibaki alichukua, wakasema sasa mtoto yetu amekuwa ndani, hatutaki hiyo group tena. Lakini ilinyanyasa sana mpaka Central, watu waliwacha manyumba Central wakakuja kuishi town, kuishi hizo marenti kidogo, kwa sababu hiyo vijana walikuwa nafanya kazi tofauti. But so far Gachagua alikuwa dio na alikuwa Molo, na mulisikia hata na alikuwa Molo, na mulisikia hata wasee wakisema vile aliua watu na vile alichomea manyumba. So imekuwa kwa pati mbaya saa zingine, kwa sababu Maina Njenga wakati Ruta walikuwa nataka kiti, Maina Njenga hata ingawa alikuwa Azimio, vijana walikuwa na Maina Njenga wangepiga kura Azimio, lakini wote walipigia Ruto na Gachagua, kwa sababu Central wanakuanga na kitu ya kwamba wawezi kawanya kura yao. So hata hiyo vijana wakapiga kura mahali walikuwa nataka. Saa hii Central wako desperate. Mtu anaitwa Gachagua si kiongozi. Mtu anaitwa Gachagua baba yake alikuwa ile maaskari ya wasungu. So hakuna kitu Gachagua anachua kulingana na Mau. But for that, Uhuru siku ile vijana walikuwa wamepigana, alisimama. So hii watu yote unasikia wanasema mambo tamu, wengine ni Mwengeki. Moses Kuria aliattend mkutano ya Njenga Maina, na ikasemekana Waitito, hiyo grupi yote saa hii nasikia Nyoro anasema tumepigia kura Ruto 2022 lakini 2027. So unajua I like watu wasemange ukweli about the community. Kama sasa vile Ketera anaongea ama vile Wakale wanafanya. Hata Kisii kulikuwa na ile walikuwa naitwa Chingororo. Na hiyo Chingororo kuna siku waliua watu sana na ikasemekana ni Matiang'i alikuwa naye. So kuna kitu ikiharibika watu wanataka kulaumu wengine. Ninaweza amini ya kwamba kama Njenga Maina ama kama Mwengeki hiyo walisema, hiyo Mwengeki ilikuwa mbaya, ilikuwa na Wairungi. Na kama kweli huyu Maina Njenga angekuwa hiyo Mwengeki, hakuna kitu imesuia, si serikali ya Ruto imeweza suia hiyo watu kufanya hiyo vituko walikuwa nafanya. Na mtu akisema ameokoka na akaenda ameokoka, kwa nini watu wana church? Watu wangapi kama Ruto ameua na bado ni president? So kusema Njenga Maina alifanya, hata Mungu mwenyewe kitabu ya Mungu anasema mtu akiua na atupu anasamewa. So wakati tunapoongea mambo ya Central, sisi wengine tumekaa karibu na hawa sana, na hata hiyo wakubwa yote kama ni Mwengeki ya ukweli hautasikia wakiongea. So nataka niseme hiyo tu ya kwamba nilisikia watu wakiongea, lakini tusipigane, na kwamba vijana wako na right kusupport mtu yeyote, kwa sababu kama Mwengeki hiyo wangekuwa na Uhuru walikuwa, hakuna vile ng'ombe vitu za Uhuru ingeenda haribiwa. So this is business. Na hiyo watu waliletwa na serikali kukuja kusema tumechoka Islam, tumechoka kuwa kwa Islam, tunataka kujengewa manyumba. It is the same people. Wanalipwa wanakuja, lakini wanapenda Njenga Maina genuinely, kama vile watu sasa wanataka kusema Raila ameniniwa Jaluo. So tafadhalini, mtu mahali yako tuseme, na makosa kama ilifanyika, hakuna mtu Kenya msuri. Hata sasa hivi mkisema Njenga Maina ameua, hata deputy president aliua, mwenye anakalia keti yako na shida. So nani ni msuri Kenya? Who is clean? Itakuwa vile Yesu alisema ule mtu atafanya umalaya au apige ule mama na mawe. Kuna watu wangapi waliweza kupiga ile mama mawe? Hakuna, kwa sababu wote kila mtu alikuwa na makosa. So for me, wacha Central na watu wajitokeze waseme shida yao. Kama kuna watu wako na shida, ni watu ya Central. Biashara zao hawajazoea kutegemea mtu, lakini sasa wamefanywa mpaka wamekuwa waombaji. Wakalenjin the same, walikuwa nafanya kazi zao, wanakama masiwa zao, wako na mahindi yao, lakini dakika ya mwisho ndio wanaenda kupanga laini wapate korokoro, wapate mahindi, ati angalau wapate chakula ya Christmas. So lazima tuseme nchi iko mahali mbaya, na tukitaka kuokoa nchi yetu tuwache kupatiana machina. Wakati mna support kusema huyu kijana ni Mwengeki, sasa kwa nini wale watu ya jana waliandamana, polisi ilikuwa inawachunga? Huyu Njenga Maina kusema atakuwa na mkutano Nyeri, kwa nini polisi imejaa huko kusuia? So hata kama ni mbaya na ameokoka, unless you guys want to continue putting Ruto in the chair, na muwache kulalamika. Kama mtu kama Njenga anataka kusaidia Central ionekana wajue kuna makosa na patu mnamchapa, then tuachane na Ruto mpaka 2027, 2032 mwanze kuongea.
Okay, I agree. Mama, that point is very home. Simamia hapo kidogo. Kuna mtu nimeona na we have been praying for him, na alikuwa amepata kashida. So Bwana Alexio, I think at this juncture wacha tuweke Chaka Mudune at least atuambie anaendelea namna gani, how is he recovering. Bwana Chaka Mudune, tulisikia masaibu yako na pole sana kwa yale alitendeka. I hope Mungu anakusaidia, nafuu inapatikana. So please if you are here to contribute, unaweza tuambia kwanza hali yako unaendelea namna gani, and we thank God that we can see you back in the program. That means things are working. Go ahead please. Chaka Mundune, ni wewe?
Am I audible now? Yeah.
Yes, tunapata.
Yes, asante kwa kunipa hii fursa ya kipekee kuweza kujieleza, kuweza kuchangia pia na pia kwa msaada ambao pia mliweza kusaidia kuweza kufutia matibabu. Kwa kweli hali yangu kidogo inaenda kuimarika, japo niko bado na clinic. Nitarudi kule tarehe 6 ya huu mwezi wa kwanza, lakini naendelea vizuri kidogo, si kama vile mwanzo. Kidogo naendelea vizuri, naendelea kutumia dawa na pia na gain nguvu. Tangia juzi niko pale kwa comment section nikitaka kuingia, lakini nikinywa dawa mara nimechukuliwa, nimepumzika hapo. But for real nina kiu na hamu kubwa sana ya kuingia hapa kutana tena na ndugu zangu kama hivi, kwa sababu hili kama si neema yake Mungu, basi hakika kwa kweli hatungekuwa tunazungumza sasa hivi, kwa maana nilihusika katika hiyo ajali, na ajali hiyo pia iliweza kupoteza mdogo wangu papo hapo tayari, na mwingine haswa vijana wengine kama wawili watatu hapo wakaweza kuumia, lakini I thank God kwa neema yake bado niko na nyinyi hapa tunazungumza. But kama ni hali yangu kaka Njiru na ndugu zangu hapa, ninaimarika kidogo, najisikia nafuu. Nilirudi hapa juzi kushinda jana kutoka huko, maana nilikuwa nimekuwa admitted kutoka hiyo siku nilienda tarehe 24 mpaka nikatoka juzi tu, lakini wakaniambia tena nirudi kule kwa clinic tarehe 6 ya huu mwezi unaokuja wa kwanza. But namshukuru Mungu kaka na ndugu zangu hapa ambao mko hapa, bado naendelea vizuri zaidi. Lakini pia tu uniruhusu pia nisalimie ndugu zangu hapo Kipril, mama yetu hapa Marcelina Maandamano, na brothers wote ambao na ndugu zangu wote wenye wanatusikiza. Wajua hapa mimi ni nyumbani, ni kama uraibu. Nikikosa hapa kwa siku nyingi, amani huwa sina. So sometimes pia naamua wacha tu niingie, at least nizungumze mambo mawili matatu na nitimke, nitafute sehemu nipumzike. Kwa hivyo ndugu yangu Njiru haswa, sio kama unanipata hapo kabla niendelee.
Nimekupata kabisa, na tunashukuru Mungu for this chance, na kwa kusema hakika tumeshukuru sana, sababu tulipatwa na ujumbe na tukaweza kufanya kile tunaweza, lakini zaidi ya yote ni kwamba wewe ni mchangamufu sasa, na you are going to have a good new year hapo kesho.
Kabisa. Unajua muhimu ni uzima, hata mengine yale ni tisa, la msingi ni uzima, kwa sababu kuna wengine wameweza kuenda na hawajaweza kuona, na mimi mpaka kufikia leo tukiwa tunasubiri mwaka, basi hakika ni imani nzuri zaidi. Mimi nikiwa yes babi,
pokea rambirambi zetu kwa msiba kwa yule ambaye alipoteza maisha yake, na uponyaji wa haraka kwako.
Nashukuru kaka, nashukuru sana. Nimezipokea na kwa niaba yangu na niaba ya ndugu zangu ambao ni familia pia, nashukuru kaka yangu, hasa nimezipokea na sound kaditoko nyinyi ndugu zangu, kwa sababu mmenisupport. Wala hata singeweza kutenda huko kwa clinic juu niliumia haswa sehemu hizi za mbavu, na ikawa sasa ninanipa penzi, ingaje vidonda vimepona huko ambako mndeze nikasukuliwa kwa lami, lakini nikaa kuna sehemu hapa kwenye ubavu ukao umeleta mushkili kiasi kwa manga, sasa unanipa wasiwasi. Lakini kwa msaada wenu ndiweza nikaenda kalipa matibabu na nikahudumiwa kana kwamba ninacho haswa. Bwana hospitali kwa private ni kule Kinondo, ni kwa private, bali nikahudumiwa kwa hali nyingine na nikapokelewa kwa pokezi mwingine, na pia madaktari wakawa wananipa ile moral motisha kwamba yani wananipa moyo kwamba relax, utakuwa sawa. Kwa kweli nilipitia mahali, lakini namshukuru Mungu niko na nyinyi ndugu zangu hapa. Huwa nafuatilia toka nije tangia juzi, nasikiza kidogo napumzika, nasikiza kidogo napumzika. So nilipoamka naona show imeanza, nikasema hapana, hii naingia, maana hata at least pia kungine ni kutoa uoga, maana at least pia hata pepo naweza nikamsongeza mbali zaidi. Mimi nimewasikiza vizuri ndugu zangu, nitachangia tu kidogo alafu nitapumzika. Na swala zima hili la hawa ndugu zetu wa mlima. Ukweli ni kwamba tabia sometimes inaathiri kwa kiasi chake tabia, na ndio maana tuko hapa Sound Kanto kwa sababu ya si kwa niaba ya tu ya leo, but kwa niaba ya taifa la kesho, kwa sababu siasa tulionao kwa sasa hivi, kama vizazi vitakavyokuja pia vitarithi hali hii ya siasa ya uongo, siasa ya unafiki, basi sio kwamba tutakuwa na taifa lipi tena kule mbele. So the same thing ambayo nazungumzia, naweza nikapeana mfano watu wa kule ndugu zetu. Unajua kulikuwa na ile hulka ya kusema kwamba ukiwa karibu na serikali basi ndio utafaidi. Unaona, ama sisi watu wa mlima bila sisi basi sisi ni wengi, kwa hivyo lazima tufuatiliwe na tupewe vile ambavyo tunahitaji. Kiasi kama kile, yani sometimes mtu anayenyanyuka ananyukia hivyo kwamba ni sisi. So this time around ni wakati wa kushirikiana wote. Haina haja kuangalia makosa ya huyu wala ya huyu, kwa sababu taifa hili ni kubwa. Tukiangalia jamii hiyo haitatuletea shangwe. Tuungane na ndugu zetu, na pia tunafaa kuwakosoa mahali watakwenda kusiko, ili mradi tu pia waonyeshe nia ya kuweza pia kuungana na jamii zingine kupigania hii suluhu ambayo tuko nayo sasa hivi hapa katika taifa letu. Maana kwa kweli mambo yanazidi kuwa mabaya, yanakuwa mabaya, especially kwa sisi ambao haswa tuko hatuna kazi, ni wenye kubangaiza. Hakika vitu vinakuwa vigumu. So for real, it's time we do unite as Kenyan people. Si wa mlima, si wa Nyanza, si wa Pwani, si wa Ukambani, si wa Bungoma, wala wote, kwa sababu shida iliyo hapa ni ya Mkenya. Na si kwa sasa hivi tu tuangalia hapa kwamba tuna shida, tayari tuna shida, lakini je, kwa vizazi vinavyokuja na wakati wetu ambao Mungu ametujalia tukiwa hai, hili taifa tumelipigia namna gani? Tumelipigania kivipi? Ama tumewaekea nini? So this is the time, tusichoke. Hii propaganda inafika mwisho, kwa sababu siku ya kufa nyani siku zote huwa miti inateleza. Anapanda huu anaanguka, anapanda ule anaanguka, anapanda huu anaanguka, na tumeyashuhudia haya. Kwa sababu rais ama kiongozi aliochaguliwa kwa wananchi, hakika pia Mungu humneemesha, bana huombewa na wananchi husika. But hawa rais ambao ama viongozi wanaochaguliwa na wazungu kwa interest zao, kwa niaba fulani, na pengine kwa sababu akule wenyewe wataleta biashara zao, ni mfano tu, ama pengine wataweza kuja kwenye madini, ama wana biashara zao wanataka kuleta. Sasa viongozi wanaosimamishwa na wazungu, kwa sababu kama tunavyoelewa, wazungu hawana haja na Mwafrika na hawana haja na umoja wa Afrika, kwa sababu kama ni Afrika ni nchi iliyobarikiwa, wamebarikiwa Afrika wenyewe nguvu, na pia wamebarikiwa na rasilimali. So by the time tutaungana na tuwe kitu kimoja, wao watakuwa wapi? Na kila kitu wanategemea hapa Afrika. So inakuwa ngumu sana kwa kiongozi ambaye anataka kufanya maendeleo ili kuweza kuwapiku ama kuweza kuliendesha taifa lake katika hali ya usawa. Wao huwa hawapendezwi na hapo. Wanapenda mtu ambaye wataweza kumkunja, wataweza kumhakikisha, hasa wale viongozi ambao wako greed na power, wana hamu haswa ya uongozi. Unaona, so wao ndo hutumika zaidi na wazungu. Maana kwa kweli sisi hatuchaguliwi, our vote is of no value if comes in terms na mambo na uongozi. So lazima la kuchagua rais, si papa tu hapa tu kwamba ni papa hapa Kenya tu, baki bara zima la Afrika. So wazungu ni wajanja, wao ndo wanatumesa, kisha wakishagonga gogo wanakaa mbali, wanasikiza mlio, na ndio hayo ambayo tunashuhudia. Lakini je, kama Wakenya tutaonyesha ulimwengu namna gani? Je, tutapigana ndio itakuwa suluhu? Je, suluhu ni nini? Na je, haswa katiba yetu kama Wakenya inatupa mwongozo gani? Je, kunacho kipengele kinachoturuhusu as Kenyan people kuweza kuhakikisha kwamba uchafu kama huu tunaushuhudia, maovu kama haya ambayo tunayashuhudia, je, kunao mwongozo unaotupa nguvu? Na if the answer it is yes, ni nini haswa kuna ngoja? Kama si kuja pamoja, wachana tuangechana na blaming games. Kabla hii ilikuwa hivi. No, kutenda kosa si kosa. kuregea kosa ndio kosa. Now it's time kwamba tunaangalia kwa wakati huu kama watu tulio hai, na si kwa niaba yetu, kwa vizazi vinaje, tuweze kutengeneza siasa ambayo itakuza kuwa imenyoka, tuweze kutengeneza taifa ambalo haswa hata vizazi vinavyokuja vitajivunia. This is the time. Huu ndio wakati, si wakati mwingine. Jamani, mimi sina mengi, nitaachia hapo. Asanteni kwa huo muda. Kwako kaka Njiru, kwako kaka Njiru.
So nilikatiza Romeo, I think alikuwa anamjibu brother Benson. So I think Romeo can get in touch, then brother Benson will circle on point yake, sababu tu alikuwa amesema, then we get back to maandamano kamili. So Mama Selina, I hope you are still here, ama utataka kuchangia tena mara ya pili. So but for
niko kidogo, nikiweza kutoka nitasikia kando, but niko kidogo.
You can still tell us if still in the next 30 minutes you are here, we can give you like 5 minutes to give your parting shot. There's no problem about that.
Okay, let someone come and then nitakuja baadaye. Wacha nifumilie kidogo, wacha ningoje ya.
Okay, so Bwana Romeo and Benson, I think you can take around 10 minutes to finish your story, then tupate hao wengine.
Okay, thank you. If I still remember, the question Brother Benson said was, how can we, if I'm wrong, Brother Benson, please correct me. The question was, how can we proceed in matters of moving forward as Kenya without the Kikuyu community? Is that correct? Please, unaweza uliza tena, sorry.
It's just the same thing, like the way you were saying, like other parts of the Kenya or other nations might continue building Kenya while as the central nation is sorting out their issues. How is that one possible?
Okay, so for me, I think Kikuyu crisis and even Kalenjin crisis, because Kalenjin also has a crisis, let's be honest. Kikuyu and Kalenjin crisis, what they're experiencing should not stop Kenya from continuing to live life. So I understand that these two nations, I call them nations because they are, the Kalenjin and the Kikuyu nations, they're both in crisis. They're both in crisis. One has been taken over by a lunatic, and the other one is trying to figure out how to put together its house. Now, to me, I'm looking at the larger picture. We are in a crisis at the moment where we have a tyrant in power that is coming from one nation, okay? That nation, I'm hoping that at some point they'll realize that although Ruto is our son, does not mean he has to be in power, right? The same with Kikuyu as well. They're trying to figure out what crisis they're going through and how to resolve it. Kenya should not be suffering. The entire country, let me say country, because Kenya is a bunch of nations that came together under one social contract called the Constitution to form this country called Kenya. Two brothers and sisters of Kenya are making Kenya, or are taking Kenya, the entire country, a hostage. Ni kama tuseme hivi, ndugu yako mmoja katika familia yenu anafanya familia haiwezi sikizana kabisa until yeye to resolve issue yake. That's why to me, I'm of the opinion that Kenya has to keep going. Next crisis will be the Luo. Next crisis will be the Kisis. Next crisis will be Kambas. Next crisis will be Masai. Kila mtu ata experience crisis yake. But Kenya cannot stop for them. We can't. I understand they're major players in our politics. And the reason actually they're major players in the politics is because they've been in power before. Kikuyus and Kalenjins are the only ones that have ruled Kenya as far as Kenya is concerned as a nation. I have never heard any of these nations come and say, you know, our fellow brothers and sisters, we have had a taste of power. We have been in power for so many years, but this time we would like to also allow another nation in this country to take over leadership. Is it possible? What we are doing as a nation now, and I think this will come to bite us later, is when we have to stop from moving on as a country because one of our brothers and sisters is experiencing a crisis. I'm not saying we put them aside. No, they're part of nation building. They're part of your family. But it doesn't mean we stop everything until we resolve their problem. I don't know if that makes sense.
It makes sense, yes, but at some point, you know, I want us to reflect about our country.
Brother Benson.
Yeah.
Just a minute. I've seen the hand of Mama Selina. Maybe he has a rejoinder before you come.
Alex, I hope you're doing good now.
Mama Selina.
Yeah, I'm doing
Thank
much
you.
better. Thank you for
Yes,
asking.
my brother ule ameweza kuongea sahi kusema I'm a Kalenjin myself, but I don't support what is going on there. I know they are Kikuyus, they don't support what is happening, but we had to talk the truth. For first, unless now Ruto amekuja kuparalyze uchumi ya nchi. Like today, I've been telling people, na nimesema wakati siasa yangu yote, nikasema wakati wa Kikuyu wanaweza notice na tusema hata Wakisii sasa ndio wanashikana na Wakikuyu, kwa sababu biashara ya magari ilikuwa ni ya Central, lakini Wakisii Alex wamekuja wamepenya mpaka wamechaa Nairobi. But hakuna vile, hakuna nchi itaendelea, na Moi alituambia, even though watu wengi wataki kukubali maneno ya Moi, he told the Kalenjins, hata kama mnadharau wa Kikuyu na mna gani, hata kama hamutaki kuwaona, but mutakuwa na hawa mpaka wakati Yesu anakuja. Because wacha nikwambie, uwezi shika nataka kusema maneno Moi alikuwa anasema ya kwamba Kikuyu ako na uchumi, ni tajiri, anajitafutia, alafu wewe maskini unataka kumuongoza. And that is why nafikiri mumesikia Ruto akisema hakuna vile utaongoza watu ukiwa maskini. So hiyo yote amefanya, amekrap mpaka amefika. There is no way Kenya itaendelea ati kama Kikuyu amewekwa kando. We cannot even hatuwezi hata sema kitu kama hiyo. Kitu yenye tunataka kusema ni kwamba how do we kama wa Kenya sahi manduku zetu ya Wakalenjin na Wakikuyu kama wameona mwanga, kama half of them wanaweza sema yes, the country is in the wrong direction, ni sisi wale kabila zingine tushikane na hawa hili tuokoe nchi ya Kenya. Lakini kusema unless tunaenda ile tulikuwa nataka kukawanya Kenya, kama hivyo mnasema tuwache Wakale na Wakikuyu kwa country yao, na sisi sasa makabila ingine Kenya nisukue na nchi yetu, yes, that one can happen.
Mama Selena,
But,
I
yes,
think you misunderstood what I said. Mimi sijasema
I'm not saying you say that. I'm saying these people wako na shida. but shida yao ni yetu. Na Central
Correct.
hawana shida sana kwa sababu Uhuru batu iko is not, yeye si rais. Wale watu walikuwa wametumiwa kuchokosa na kudharau Uhuru, na ile maneno Uhuru alisema wakati hiyo yote ya campaign akimwambia watu yao na Kikuyu. Some of us we did not understand what Uhuru say, lakini wale watu Mary na nani na Julia anajua vile Uhuru alikuwa anamwambia wa Kikuyu, tafadhali musaidie watoto wenyu, muongeleshe watoto wenyu wanapoteswa. So there are things here that still I will say, kama tunataka, na mimi nimesema kila siku, unless Mukalenjin nakuje kwa street, Mukikuyu akuje kwa street, then we will be okay. So I'm sorry if I go out of the topic.
Then the question is, Mama Selina.
Yes.
Kuna Kalenjin kama wewe wenye mumeona ya kwamba Ruto is taking the country the wrong direction.
Yes.
Kuna wenye they will never see that so long as Ruto ni mtoto yao.
Yes.
That's the same thing on the Kikuyu side. Then the question becomes, mimi sijasema ati tuwache mandugu zetu wa Kikuyu na wa Kalenjin kando kabisa. Hapana. Nasema ya kwamba ni familia yetu. Lakini familia pia ndugu na madada saa zingine mwingine anaingilia pombe, anaingia rehab. Imaanishi familia iendelee, inaendelea. Sisi wengine wenye tumebaki, we can help them, but not make them the centerpiece of our politics. Hii idea ya kwamba, and I hear this all the time here, ati Wakikuyu ndio wako na pesa Kenya peke yao. We need to demystify that. That is not true. That is not true. That is just politics that have been played by Kikuyus for many years.
No.
There's certain things that we need to demystify.
Okay,
for instance, let me finish. Let me finish. No, you cannot stop me from finishing my conversation. Wacha nimalize alafu niulize.
Kabla utaenda kwa sababu unasema tukatae. Wacha nikuulize tu swali moja.
No, wacha nimalize chenye nasema kwa sababu ukinikata hujasikia the whole statement.
Okay, finish up Romeo in
acha chenye nilikuwa nataka kusema sasa nimesahau, and this is why I was insisting nimalize. Anyway, go ahead. Nimesahau chenye nilikuwa nataka kusema.
Okay, I want to say this. Wacha tuseme Nairobi. Unaona vile swali yangu ilikuja. Mimi nilisema business ndio. Unajua Nairobi wakati ya
Mama Selina
kina wale wa
Mama Selina, please.
Yes.
Maybe Chaka kona mkono nimeona ameinua for so long. Wacha aseme
Okay.
a minute before you reply.
Kwanza nisamee Mama Selema kwa kumkatiza, maana ni mama yangu, samahani. Lakini unajua pia tunabebwa huko na vijibandoli vyetu, so ndo tuna wasiwasi na kuna kitu kimenikereketwa kidogo. Unajua tatizo si wa Kikuyu wote. Tatizo si wa Kalenjin wote. Tatizo ni viongozi wachache wa Wakikuyu, viongozi wachache wa Kale ambao wanaamini kwamba wakiwa pale kwa manufaa yao. So hatuwezi laumu Wakikuyu wote kwamba lazima hawa Wakikuyu kwa sababu taingia mwanzo wako kwa uongozi basi hawa labda tujitenge ama wao wajitenga. Hilo kauli ya kujitenga mimi siungani mkono nayo, mamangu, mkaza mwanangu. Kilicho hapa ni kuangalia jeni akina nani, kama ni jamii ya Wakikuyu, nani anatusumbua sasa, nani amesikilia hii serikali. Wao ndio wa kwanza kusema we are tired of this type of leaders. Wakishagundua hilo kwamba viongozi hawa ndo wanatumesa kwa sababu ya matumbo yao, for their own self interest katika hii siasa, na wanaharibu. Sisi tunahitaji ya kuungana na Wakenya wengine kulikomboa taifa. Hapo tutakuwa tumewin. But tukisema hawa Wakikuyu wawe mbali na Wakale wawe mbali kwa sababu wamekuwa katika uongozi, si kwa ajili yao, ni kwa wachache ambao wanaamini hivyo. But raia wengi kama sisi kwa sababu naamini hata kwa Wakikuyu kuna wengine kama kina msimamo ambao wapo na wanaliona hili ambalo kina msimamo tunaliona, na wanaliona lile ambalo Mama Selina na ndugu zangu hapa tunaliona katika taifa. So hatuwezi weka blaming game kwa kabila kwa sababu walikuwa hapa wamerule for long, kwa sababu wachache ndio walikuwa na hizi mbinu za kubaki katika uongozi, kwa sababu Wakenya wamepiga kura na tunaamini hapa kila moja kwamba uongozi nani, uchaguzi uliokuwa huru na haki ni wa 2000 of which all Kenyans walipiga. Hakukuwa na mkale hapo, hakukuwa na nani, watu tulipiga kura kwa taifa, kwa kama taifa na kama Wakenya, na tumekuwa tukipiga kura. Lakini je, kura zetu zina usemi? Kwa sababu tunamchagua kiongozi ambaye tunajua licha kwamba Rais Uhuru aliweza kutuonya. So ni wachache wa Wakikuyu, na ili kulipoteza hili ni Wakikuyu binafsi waseme we are tired na kiongozi huyu, maana ametumesa hapa. Na kama ni Wakale, hatutaki kiongozi kama huyu, na kumhakol na kumwambia we are tired of this, kwa sababu wewe upo kwa niaba yako. Maana hawa viongozi wachache wenye ambao wanafanya hii mesi yote wanajitia tu na kutufumba macho kwamba labda pengine utuamini kwamba sisi tukiwa na uongozi katika nyadhifa ya uongozi katika hali ya kitaifa, basi we are safe, we are done. No, huko Washingishu kuna watu sasa hivi wanapata tabu hii, kwa sababu kama ni gharama ya maisha, kama ni gharama ya vyakula, kama ni gharama ya patroli, kama ni shule, kama ni matibabu, ndio hivyo, hakuna tofauti. So ni wachache ambao wameweza kutumesi, na tukiweza kuwaweka wazi hawa watu na kuweza kuwakataa, hapo tutakuwa tumeweza. So mimi kile ambacho naweza nikakiomba kwa kubalizia, jamii ya Kikuyu si mbaya yote, kwa sababu si wote ambao wameweza kukaa katika uongozi. Kuna jamii pia hawapendezwi na haya ambao yapo. So wacha waonyeshe tu taifa kwamba sisi we are ready to join another kabila zingine kuweza kusimama na kuweza kufukuzia mbali hii nduli yenye inatumaliza hapa. Mimi tu niachie pale, lakini pia kuna umuhimu wa kila kabila kuweza kuonja nyadhifa ya uongozi. So kama amepewa nafasi na wananchi wamemchagua, wacha afanye kazi, ndio tutakuwa tumeweza kulibadilisha hili taifa, ili kusiwe kwamba wengine wanajihisi kwamba wako nje ya serikali miaka nenda miaka rudi. So tunahitaji umoja wa kweli. Tukiwa katika hii panel, hakuna haja ya blaming games, tutafute suluhu ili tuwafundishe umma jinsi ambavyo tunaweza kutackle, na ili tuweze kuwaweka wazi ni nani kiongozi ambaye hatufai, nani ambaye wameshikilia mzizi kwamba sisi lazima tubaki kwa mamlaka. Asanteni.
Hiyo ni chaka mdume kweli, msimamo mkali. Alex, is it a rejoinder before Mama Selina comes in?
Yeah, it's a rejoinder of what Mama Selina was speaking about.
Okay, in 2 minutes.
Thank you for giving me 2 minutes. I thought you were going to give me 1 minute. You see, Mama Selina is saying something that many of you are not seeing. When a country has been led by two communities for 60 years, and then there's a possibility of Ruto going up to 2032. You guys are not seeing what she's saying, that the possibility of us being ruled 100 years, for us not seeing in power, is a reality. So when you start saying ni wachache, let's look at the voting patterns. How many people knew Ruto is a thief, Kimwarel and whatever? The scandals of NYS, all these things. And even now when they speak, they say, we voted for him because he was our son. Then you start saying that ni wachache. Lakini when you look at the statistics of voting, chaka mdume, wacha maneno ya kusema vitu ambazo they don't make sense. When you look at the statistics of those who voted him, watu wanaongea kitu kingine wakikuwa kando. Ikifika wakati wa kupiga kura, unaangalia statistics mpaka unashtuka. Tuliambiwa tumepanda mlima, tukadanganya tumepanda mlima, tukafikiria tutakapata 20%. Lakini siku ya kura nini ilifanyika? Hata agents wetu wa Kikuyu tulieka Central walitukataa.
Alex,
ni watu. Wacha nimalize.
Ngoja chaka.
Wacha nimalize. Uliona kitu kilifanyika. Hivi ndivyo nilikuwa nafikiria kuwa ni wachache. Lakini ikifika wakati wa kura, the reality shows Kumbuka Central, watu wetu agents ambao tuliamini walitutoroka bana. Wacha kusema ati ni wachache, si wachache, ni wengi.
Asante Alex, on that note ni wengi. Before
Ungeacha
mama
nimalize point ambayo unajua saa ingine unaweka point ya mwisho ndio inakuwa tamu.
haya malizia.
So ndo maana nikisikiza mama Selina anasema kitu anasema na muamini, kwa sababu na muamini ni hii, itafika wakati, sahii unaweza kataa, itafika wakati you are going to demand cessation because it's going to be unattainable. After 2032 utapata mjinga wa mjinga Gachagua kuchukua tena miaka 10. Unataka tuongoje hiyo time? Ati ni wachache? Chaka Mdume, 2032
Alex.
unataka tuongoje Gachagua aingie ndani ndio ujue kuwa ati ni wachache?
Ndugu yangu Alex.
Alex, pole ni wakati kidogo tu. Wakati campaign, wakati Ruto alisimama, wakale nchini hawakuwa nataka Wakikuyu, lakini waliuliza swali. Wacha sasa niwaambie, waliuliza nani anaweza kuwa running mate, na wakauliza hiyo numbers tunaulizana sahi. Wakasema Kenya, hata Mjaluo akitaka kuwa rais, kwanza kabila moja tu, kwanza Central. Muluya akitaka kukua rais na amewin draw ya Wakikuyu, atakuwa rais. So wakati walisema, wakasema hata kama ni mbaya ama namna gani, because of those votes. So kumaanisha, narudi kwa ule mtu alisema tuweke Mkale, eri uache Mkale nje, lakini si Kikuyu. Heri uchukue kabila ingine, chukua Muluya ama Mjaluo uongeze na Kikuyu, utaongoza nchi. Si Mkale na kabila ingine uache Kikuyu nje. Never. You cannot rule. Imagine constituency moja ya kwetu iko na maybe 40,000 people. Constituency moja ya Central iko na 150. Sasa tukuje hivi, hata wakati ya Moi unachukua Baringo wapi kura 50,030, huko ingine Mandera 17,000, kuja constituencies 50 ya Central. Ile constituency iko na watu wadogo sana, ni karibu 150. Hakuna Central na Njiru watuambie sahi. Atuambie kama kuna kura Central, tunaambiwa watu ya Central ni 35,000. Ama tunaambiwa constituency ya Central wako na 17,000. Ni 100, 300 na kwenda juu. So wakati mnapoongea na kusema ndio tunaweza kuwa na wingi ya constituencies, lakini kura zetu tukisanya hiyo kwa Kalenjin constituency yenye iko na watu wengi moja ni Bomet. Na hiyo Bomet hata haijafika 100. Enda kwa Raila, yes, wako wengi, lakini constituency zake ni chache. Kucha Kisii, kitambo uende Mombasa. So wakati mnaposema hapa ni kwamba as we planned everything, those guys, either the president or the deputy president, because of their votes and their numbers. Na unajua wasamani walisema hata umbwa ikisimama watachakua ikifika wakati ya vote. Kikuyu alisema hata kama ni umbwa tutaweka hapo. So still remember that. Tusipishane hapa, sisi hatujasa. Nilifurahi mtu ingine ile mama alisema wakati hiyo watu walikuwa nasema Wakikuyu wamesaa. Constituency moja ya Molo ya Nakuru, Kerisoi ni 30,000 ama 40,000. Longurwa Kerisoi, ukuje Molo 300,000. Kuja Nakuru town, ile ilikuwa ya Wakale isipokuwa Arama ametusaidia Alex. Tukakuwa na Nakuru West, at least inaonekana karibu 70 because of thesis. Constituency ya Mukoti hapo 30,000. So wacha niwachie hapo. Mufanye hesabu kutokea hapo. 42 tribes. Constituencies yetu iko na watu ngapi? Tunaweza kuwa na mingi, lakini ndio unasikia wanasema one man one vote. Why? Wakipeana pesa ya pasari kwa constituency moja ya Baringo, utasomesha mtoto mpaka afike university na anapata enough pasari. Ukipeleka yao kwa Central, wanapatia mtoto moja 1,000 ama 300 ama 3,000. Thank you so much. Fanyeni hesabu hapo kwanza kabla hamjafikiria kuweka hiyo watu nje.
Alexia, if I may respond.
Naomba mniruhusu kidogo.
Go ahead.
Kidogo tu. Swali langu linaingia hapa. Mimi sijakataa na hizo hesabu mmepiga na wingi wa kura. Lakini je, tunaamini uchaguzi unaibwa? Tunaamini kwamba kura kuna mambo yanafanyika, kuna manipulation mahali ili kuwekwa kiongozi, ama tunaamini na hii kura tunaizungumzia hapa? Na kama tunaamini kwamba kura ilifanya kazi, pengine ndio mtu alipita, je, tunaamini Ruto kapita? Na kama hatuamini kwamba Ruto kapita na kashinda huu uchaguzi, nini kimefanyika? Tutarudi pale kwa wachache wenye ambao wanaungana kuhakikisha tunamweka hapa. Kisingizio ni wingi wa kura wa Central. Kisingizio ni wingi ya kura kwamba Central na wingi wa kura. Lakini wingi wa kura wa Central haimaanishi kwamba labda kura ilimwelekea Ruto. Wala hatungezungumzia kwamba kumekuwa na wizi sisi 2007, 2013, 2017, 2022. So ndio maana narudi pale kwa wachache, nimwambie kaka yangu Alex, wachache wapo ambao wana kidogo tu nitakunaona. Wachache ndio wanaungana kwa kisingizio, lakini watu wanajua nani tutamweka katika hii kwa niaba yao. So ni wachache katika hizo jamii kwamba hakika tutahakikisha fulani asimama, si kwa niaba ya kura. Maana kura ya mwananchi tunaamini wote kwamba hatungekuwa tuko hapa katika mjadala kama tunaamini kwamba kura zikipigwa zinaenda ndizo ambazo zinahesabika, basi tungekuwa tunasema kwa nini Ruto kaiba kura. Asante.
Kura inafanyika hivi. Tuseme Rift Valley mahali nimetoka, tuseme constituency ya Nakuru, niko na 40,000 votes, registered votes. Na tupike 35 na tuipe. Tukiipa tunaiva kura kama 5,000 ama 2,000 kwa sababu sisi hatuko wengi. Alafu ukikuja hawa mandugu zetu ya Central wakitaka kupika 99, ongea ya Raila, alikuwa anapata 99.9, anapata 83, na ikakuja mahali wakati aliipiwa ikasemekana gavana amepata kura mingi kuliko ya rais. Hapo tunaamini ya kwamba hakuna vile Nyang'nyong anaweza pata kura mingi ya gavana na MPs na kura ya rais imefanya nini? Imeruti chini. Hapo hata mtoto mdogo anajua kulikuwa na wizi. Lakini tunasema hivi, nikiipa kura zangu Central, nimepata 300,000 votes na watu yangu walinipigia 200. Akiipa anaipa mingi kwa sababu wako wengi. Tuamini hivyo.
Not necessarily, Mama Selina. I think it is true that Kikuyus have a large number of people. It is true. However, in the history of democratic elections all over the world, there is no place where registered voters have voted more than 70%. It's only in Kikuyu land. In fact, wacha nikwambie, educators have taken Kikuyu land as a study. Kikuyu land is the only place where people vote 100%. Hiyo ijawahi onekana dunia mzima. So I can tell you just from that statistic alone, hiyo ni ukarabati your votes. That is not true.
Mimi nimekaa na Wakikuyu, naishi Nakuru, nimekuwa siasa ya Moi, najua vile wanaipa. Wacha nikwambie kidogo, wacha nikwambie unisamee. Nimekuwa kwa Moi, najua vile iliipwa. Najua nimekuwa kwa Kibaki, nimekuwa kwa hii ya Uhuru ya mwisho nilikuwa hapa. Wacha nikwambie, ikifika kura kwa Central, saa zingine wacha tuseme ukweli. Mtoto ya 13 years, unajua wakati tulikuwa kwa Moi, wanachukua ndiye mtoto akuwe na matiti. Unaona? Mtoto alikuwa, watoto Central wanapika kura. Mtoto anaweka hii kifuniko ya kibirika hivi na pressure, mtoto anapika kura. Muache mchezo. Mobilization Central si mchezo. They know how to mobilize. Sisi wengine tunapenda watu yetu, lakini tunasema Alex ameenda kupika kura. But hawa jamaa hata wale wako hospitali wote wakisema hiyo kumira aisemangi na mdomo. Kumira hiyo yao ni ya ukweli, ya kwamba mtoto hata ya 13 ya Sula amekuwa tu hivi atapika kura. Baada ya kupika hiyo kura, sijui hiyo IT inaenda wapi. Can we Kenyans mobilize?
So I agree with that statement that you have made, which I didn't know that wanaweka kifuniko ya birika kwa kifua waonekane wako na matiti. I get that, but that's illegal. That's not what I'm talking about.
Legal about what? Nani anajua? Legal where? Kama wewe utafikiria kufanya hata wewe hivyo, unaambia nani legal?
No,
Hiyo ni numbers.
No, that's not numbers. That's illegal. That is stealing votes, Mama Selina.
It is a game of
Swali
numbers.
langu kwa Mama Selina
No, that is
hajanijibu.
not numbers. That is not numbers. Let's just be honest.
Swali langu hajanijibu Mama
That is-
Selina. Naomba anijibu swali langu ndo nijisikie amani kidogo, kwa sababu mimi nimeuliza hivi, ndio wanatenda na numbers, kuna wenye wanaweka vifuniko kwa matiti. Well, sawa, lakini je, tunaamini kuna wizi wa kura? Na je, tunaamini kwamba mfano tu tunaamini kwamba uchaguzi huu wa 2022 Raila alishinda? Na kama alishinda, je, ni akina nani waliweza kuhusika kuweza kufanya huu wizi wa kumweka Ruto kwenye power? Je, ni Wakikuyu wote ama ni wachache ambao waliweza kuungana?
Alex
Ndugu
amewaambia
yangu,
tulikosa agents. Alex amewaambia ya kwamba wakati ya hiyo kura watu ya agents yetu hawakukuwa huko.
Sawa, kwa hivyo kama hawakukuwa huko, Ruto alishinda? Tunaamini Ruto alishinda uchaguzi?
ndugu yangu, acha nikwambie kitu kimoja.
Mnapigana bure. Kama Muamerika, hata
Chaka
Ruto
Mdume.
kama alishindwa 5 million na Muamerika akamweka kwa kiti, na hata tukiongea hapa sahi na 2027 batu tukitaka kuokoa nchi yetu ni kuonyesha msungu we can rule our country, na tuambie msungu mtu mwenye umeweka kwa kiti ndio hiyo tumepeleka nyumbani before 2027 if you want to succeed. Ndiye msungu ajue, kwani huyu Muafrika amerefuka. But kama tutapika kelele hapa na kusema kura tumeshinda,
Sasa
tumeibiwa, we are doing nothing.
Hapo mkaza mwanangu ndo umekuja na jibu langu kwamba tunayekewa pale ni mzungu ndo anahusika pale kwa sababu zake, wala si kwa niaba ya kura ya Central wala Wakale wala Mjaluo wala Kosi wala wapi. Kuna mtu anasimama pale kuhakikisha anaweka kiongozi
No,
kwa
Chaka
niaba yake,
Mdume.
na si mwingine ni
Chaka
mzungu. Hapo
Mdume.
tutakubaliana, lakini haya mambo tunazungumza kwamba kura eti Wakikuyu tunawalaumu kwamba nini, hata wapige
No,
wangapi Kenya bado ni wengi kuliko Wakikuyu. Asante.
Chaka Mdume, nataka nikuelezea hivi. Tulichagua agents. Jamaa mmoja anaitwa Tuku akaandika report 3 weeks before election. Alexio, watoto wanapiga kelele hapo. Huyo jamaa akaandika report kwa Facebook, akatuambia our agents wote ambao mmeweka huko ni agents wa Ruto. Hamna agents. Hatukumwamini. Siku ya kura hakukuwa na agent hata mmoja wa ODM. Sasa kama hauna agent katika kituo chochote, nani anachunga kura zenu? Cha pili, Chaka Mdume, unataka nikwambie hivi. Wakati tulienda maandamano, ikiwa hawa watu waliona kura zao zimeibiwa na wakakasirika, wangekuja wa protest. Walituambia nini? Nyinyi rusheni mawe, sisi tunafanya biashara yetu. Cha tatu, viongozi ndio tunaangalia ambao wamechaguliwa. Viongozi ambao this time wamechaguliwa katika Mount Kenya, hata Mkikuyu yoyote ambaye kuna kichwa nzuri, hata ukiangaliwa Ndindi Nyoro, tafadhali somebody mute, somebody is muted. Uliza Mkikuyu yoyote, unapenda Ndindi Nyoro, unapenda Ichungwa, unapenda Kuria, unapenda Waiguru. Kila mtu anakataa yoyote ambaye alichaguliwa. Unaelewa? Chaka Mdume, ndo maana nakwambia aje, hata kama tutatetea, tunajua mtu kama Mama Mary ako katika Azimio, lakini watu ambao walikuwa mashinani. Juzi Gachagua ameenda akaleta mchele na nyama kama mchezo, na wakati alisema before uchaguzi tutakula mshere na nyama, tulifikiria anacheza. Wazee wanasema tunafurahia tumekula mshere na nyama, hii ndio uongozi tunataka, tumefurahia, na siku ingine tungetaka hii maneno iendelee. Chaka Mdume, tafadhali don't belittle this thing. Wacha tuambie ndugu zetu kuwa mulifanya vibaya. Tunapowaambia hivyo watasikiza, na wakisikiza, kama sasa wameanza kusikiza. Sahii Wakisia hawataki maandamano, Wajaluo hawataki maandamano, Waluya hawataki maandamano. Watu wakani wanaitisha maandamano? Ni watu wa mlima, Martha Karua na Kioni. Kwa nini? Wamefungua macho, kwa sababu tulifika mahali tukawaambia hatuna uhusiano na nyinyi. Ikifika wakati wa siasa ambayo tunapigania sio uongozi, demokrasia. Hatuchezi na demokrasia. Kuna difference ya demokrasia na uongozi. Wacha nimalizie hapo. Kama uko na
Kwanza
akili
tuambie
ya
wenye walikuwa
kusikiza,
maandamano. Alex, utuambie hiyo watu walisema wanataka kujengewa nyumba, ni Wajaluo waliletwa kwa maandamano ama ni Wakisii ama ni Waluya? Hao watu walikuja maandamano ya serikali ni kina nani? Mtuambie hao kwanza ni kina nani?
hao watu walijitolea. Muliona vile Wakisii walijitolea hali na mali. Hakuna mtu aliamini kuwa tutakuwa na maandamano kama hiyo. Kuna mtu ameweka na magari zinapita. Tafadhali mute. Alexio, mute this person who is making. There's a lot of background noise. So, hawa ni watu walijitolea. Na wakati walijitolea, waliamini ndugu zetu wa mlima watakuwa na sisi. Wakamba wakajitokea hapo wote, hata tukashangaa. Lini uliona hata Wakamba wakienda maandamano? Chaka Mdume, fungua akili yako uangalie na tuambie ndugu zetu, kwa sababu hawa sio ndugu wachache, hawa ni ndugu zetu wakubwa.
Okay.
I found them.
Who is next? We can hear from nani alikuwa anafuata? Julia, I can see your hand up.
Yes. I just want to support what Mama Selina has said, though I want to disagree with her. Hakuna vile watoto wanavalishwa vitu kwa matiti. you cannot vote without an ID, whether in Central or wherever. But I want to agree with her. Nyinyi watu hamjajua ile mobilization na kuanga Mount Kenya. Hata mtu mwenye anakufa the next minute huwa anapiga kura. Jiru can confirm with me here. Huwa wanaendea watu kwa hospitali na magari. They spend their money. Na wanasimamanga hapo kwa, I have voted in Central several times. Wanasimama kwa polling station, wanaita roll call. Julia wa fulani hajafika kupiga kura kwa sababu gani na ako wapi? Wanatumana kwenu, unatafutwa. Kama ni vile unajifanya uko na kazi, unakujiwa na gari. They try to make sure their turn up is very high. Very, extremely high. Yani the person who doesn't vote, mwenye ako maiti, anako kwa, yani they make sure. However, I don't believe the turnout was very high in 2022 because I also niliona Waiguru akisema kwamba turnout ilikuwa 60% so vile ilifika 80 sijui ilifika 80 saa ngapi. So for 2022 I highly disagree. Sidhani watu wa Kenya wakujitokeza vile wanatoka. The only time watu wa Kenya wanatoka hivyo ni kama mtu wao anasimama. Kama siku za uhuru walitoka. Hiyo ndio walikuwa naitanga kumera kama siafu. Kama ni mtu wao anasimama watatoka na wakati wa Kibaki. Lakini wakati wa last year, they didn't come out. That was a lie by Gachagua. They just wanted to write to the rest of the Kenyans that Mount Kenya wametupigia kura kumira. They didn't come out kumira. Now, if you people can play back the news, you will watch Waiguru saying that very day, hawajui watu wameenda wapi, and she was speaking around 3 p.m. Akasema turnout ataijafika 60%. So I'm wondering between 3 p.m. and 6 p.m. ilifika 80 saa ngapi haikufika. So hapo kura zilibiwa sana. And they made Kenyans believe that Mount Kenya wanatokanga wengi ndio walitokea hawakutoka last year. So that one I want to say that. However, the other thing I was very disappointed. Now I want to agree with Alex. I was very disappointed that even Kisumu town posted less than 60% or 60%. Nilishangaa kwa nini even watu wa baba, why they didn't man their own votes and make sure they had over 70%. Where are you people? Nyinyi watu wa baba mnakuanga wapi? Where are your people? Either watu wenyu hawana ID or what is wrong with these people in this region? When Baba is vying for presidency, why your people can't die with him? From Western to Nyanza, at least one Nyanza na Western, wame post at least 70%. Why can't Nyanza and Western do kumira? You have learned bitter lessons since the days of Kibaki. Because, you know, you people, you can agree with me, why 2002 elections were not stolen? Because the turnout for Kibaki was too big. What Baba said, Kibaki tosha, it was too much for Moi. Si ati Moi angeiba kura. Ni vile turnout ilimweza. Sasa kwa nini watu wenye wanaunga baba hata Nyanza, not Nyanza, coast turnout is very useless. Mombasa wanasema ati kwamba watu wanapigia baba kura, ukiangalia turnout ni bure tu kabisa. Watu wanakuanga wapi na ID? Either wakuangi na ID or what is wrong with them? So as Mama Serena says, these cheaters, these riggers, watu wanaiba uchaguzi, they take advantage of that thing of kumira and they give us a picture that walipigwa kura lakini I totally believe kura za Ruto Mount Kenya hazikuzidi 2.5 million. I think the rest he added. But when Uhuru was vying, the people came out. I voted for Uhuru, I was there. People come out. People do roll call. Pale pa polling station. Wanafanyanga roll call. Fulani, wanaweka check. Wako na list yao ya kando. Fulani hajapiga kura kwa sababu gani? Na fulani hajapiga ako wapi? See, she's alive. Why is she? Why she didn't come to vote? That is what they always do when ni mtu wao. Lakini for Ruto, they didn't do that. So for last year, there was no kumira. So kura zilibiwa, and Alex explained well, we didn't have agents in Central Province because obviously all of them were bought because a lot of people there, they are selfish and they are money-minded and corrupt. They wanasema they are corrupt. I mean, kuna hiyo akili ya corruption kwamba kama umenilipa, that is what sold us. So Baba didn't have agents in Central Kenya. And the agents that were there in Nyanza and Western were useless. because they also didn't make sure that all Baba's votes were counted. And then who were Baba's mobilizers in Nyanza and Western were equally useless. They didn't mobilize people to come out. You people look at the passage in Nyanza. Just look at Kisumu town. How many people voted? Why? That is home ground. Why we didn't even hit 70?
Don't forget Migori. Don't forget Migori. Don't forget all those places.
Alafu sasa unaona nyinyi watu mnalaumu Mount Kenya kutupigia Baba kura. Angalia watu Busia. What did Busia do? Not Busia, huku kwa Wetangula. Come on. Baba lacks mobilizers. Baba is very good and is a national leader. Lakini his people who are around them wako tu na mdomo kubwa, mobilizing zero kabisa.
Julia.
Yes.
I tend to disagree with you, but let's hear Lala.
Okay.
Lala.
I want you to say why you disagree with me, because maybe I need to know that. Maybe kuna kitu sijashika ama sijaelewa. Alexio, I would like you, when you find time, you respond to me. Uniambie
Yes.
Kwa sababu gani Nyanza na Western, when they are supporting Baba, they cannot hit 70%. You give me good, reasonable reasons. When Baba is vying for presidency, when white turnout cannot hit 70%. Uniambie kwa sababu gani? Mombasa is known to be Baba forever. Why they cannot hit 70? Muniambie kwa sababu gani? Na kama kura zinaibiwa tukiwa wapi? Where are we when they are being stolen? Now I want to conclude by saying, by even blaming Uhuru Kenyatta and Baba, watu wawili, I want to blame them solely. Because towards the election, we had the stories of Kamango, sijui ameonekana nini na airport, sijui airport alikuwa amebeba nini, all those things were running. And then Uhuru and Baba assumed that Chebukati was going to do his job. And they even as we went for elections, people began saying this one is happening. Then at one time, Nation TV na season they stopped counting the votes and KTN. That was Arat telling that kura zinaibiwa. What did Uhuru and Baba do to stop that? So all along, we took Ruto for a ride. We overlooked his cunningness and all that, and we thought he was a small boy, but he played his cards. He played his cards so much. So Alexa, the response I would like to hear from anybody who want to respond to me is to tell me why the turnout in Baba areas never reaches 70. I would like to know that very much. Asante.
Thank you. Let's hear from Lala.
Good. Thanks, Alexio, and all of you, the panelists. And
hello, Lala. Kindly, before you come in, Alex, I've seen your hand. You have 30 seconds, and Romeo 30 seconds. Then Lala can come in.
Julia,
30 seconds each.
Julia, let me tell you what I've discovered. Mbadi sold the heart of ODM. Mbadi knew the people that Ruto wanted in ODM nomination because they were going to support him after election. He gave people nominations who are not loyalists. You have never seen the kind of unloyalist in ODM we have seen this time. It was Mbadi's mistake. I don't know why he has not been fired, and we are going to petition for him to unfire. Why? The people that were given nomination in ODM in Luo Nyanza, in Kisii, and some parts of Kakamega and Western were Ruto sponsored. And we did not know. Ruto sponsored their campaign. We thought they were ODM. By nomination, they were. But by bankrolling, they knew they are going to win. And after that, they are going to work with him. Ruto infiltrated in our nominations for the first time. I blame Mbadi for that. And that's why Kisumu, you saw what happened, the lethargy, and all other these areas. So I can explain to you clearly that we thought we had leaders who are loyal to Raila. ODM has a problem of loyalism. This time around, Raila was betrayed arbitrarily and heartfeltly by Mbadi because these people were given nomination, but they were UDA allied, but they knew the only way they could win is to vie from ODM, and after they win, they go to Ruto. Because Ruto will protect them, they will not be impeached. That's what happened. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's hear from Romeo, 30
Okay,
seconds.
I am not going to get involved in theories because I think some of the stuff people are saying here are theories. I'm just going to give facts. Fact number one, you all have computers and Google, go there and Google. There's nowhere in any election in the world, no matter how contentious the election is, that has ever, in different areas, break it in counties, in constituencies, you name it, break it the way you want. There's nowhere in the world where the numbers that show up in Kikuyu land happens. Kikuyu land is an anomaly. It's an anomaly because it's theft. I kumera kumera is a genie that we need to demystify. Okay, Julia, I disagree with you. Kumera kumera. There's nowhere in the world where voter turnout is 100%. The average best voter turnout in in elections all over the world, statisticians have done it. Google it yourself, so you don't know that I'm speaking facts. Is 70 to 73 to 75%. So when you blame Kisumu, Kisumu numbers are actually correct. Kisumu numbers are not fake, they're correct. 60%, that is a good voter turnout all over the world. I'm going to repeat again. Kikuyu land is an anomaly where I think in many other elections we have seen where certain constituencies in Kikuyu land, they have 110%, more than registered voters.
Why the
Let me
governor
finish. Let me
get a
finish.
lot
Oh
of
my
votes
God, please,
and the
let me finish.
president was less?
Let me finish. I keep
No,
getting
don't let
interrupted.
utuambie kwa nini Nyang' kura zake zilikuwa mingi kushinda ya rais. Hivyo ndiye tumeuliza.
Okay,
Ya Kisumu
that one.
na ya Migori na
Okay,
ya
let him finish,
tuambie
Mama.
hiyo.
Let him finish, Mama, please.
I know there's so many questions about elections. I said I'm not going to involve myself in things I don't know. How Nyong'o got more than Raila, I don't know. I'm going to involve myself in facts. This is a
Then
fact.
don't tell us because kama ujui usituambie, kwa sababu chenye nilikuwa nafikiria tunataka watu ya baba wafanye ni yeye Nyang' apate kura sawa na baba kama Nairobi. Sifuna na Raila
Can I finish, please?
walipata
Can I
kura
finish, please?
mingi.
Mama Selena is
Wacha
taking
tu
over my time.
Okay, Mama Selena,
tulikuwa na
please,
I think I
governor
respected
you'll
her when
get
she
your
spoke.
time. You'll get your time.
Alex,
Please.
1 minute. Tulikuwa na governor Nairobi na alikuwa ya Azimio na akupata kura ya kutosha, so senator na rais walikuwa na kura mingi na governor hakupata kura. Na hapo ndiye tunasema kama Kisumu walipigia governor kura mingi na ya rais haikukua. Kwa nini? Nikaenda hiyo story ya Alex ya kusema kumbe Ruto wale watu walikuwa nasimama MPs hawakuchali na kura ya rais, walichali na kura yao. You know, when we are talking here, tunataka kujifunza na kusema ukweli. Some of us are politicians. So kama wewe unachunga kura yako kama MP na unasahau ya rais yako, hiyo ndio makosa watu yetu walifanya. Ya
Okay.
case
Thank you.
nini uko Bomas of Kenya walikuwa wamejaa UTA kina Orengo na the people that they can cut the votes of Baba. It was only one Masai who was there. Where were the rest?
Okay, thank you. Romeo,
And
just finish.
that Romeo responds to this also. Romeo, we're not talking about 100%. 100% is wrong. We're not even asking you for 80. We are only asking you for 70. Why Baba cannot hit 70 in his own land? Something is very wrong with his mobilizer. That is what Alex has told us here. Atusemi maneno ya 80. Hata tutaki 80. You're not even saying 80 is accurate.
It's okay. Let Romeo respond.
Okay.
So, Romeo,
Julia.
respond to us.
Yes.
Is
Thank you for the
asking
question. I
Why?
appreciate the question.
Why Baba
Yes.
cannot
Please
even hit
respond.
70?
But Alexio, Romeo should not belittle other people that he's the only one talking facts. Other ones are talking theories.
I did not.
You said that.
Okay.
I swear to God,
that.
you did say
that. I withdraw that.
Okay.
Thank
Okay,
you.
Romeo, respond in
continue?
2 minutes so that we can have Lala come.
Okay.
Lala has been waiting.
So I'm going to try to answer Selena and Mama Julia at the same time. Okay, with all due respect, I actually respect with some of this, disagree with some of the statements you've made. Number one, I'm trying to give statistics that has been mentioned worldwide, what voter turnout looks like in even the most contentious elections in the world. Normally, you can Google, I have to go Google it again to make sure I speak the right thing, okay? Because sikuwa nipeane a number and then someone comes here and say you're wrong. Please take your time and Google. In central Kenya, every time we have had a presidential election, we have had close to 100% voter turnout. That is erroneous, is wrong. How that gets there, I don't know. Why am I saying it's wrong? Is because worldwide, the best voter turnout you have gotten, I think, was in Belgium, and they hit 80-something%. Okay? So why do I say Kisumu numbers are correct? Kisumu numbers are correct because in a contentious election, 60% around the world is considered really good. To me, then what I'm left to understand is this. Central voter turnout is rigged all the time, every time. That is what I wanted to say. And then as far as things about Nyanyang Nyong'o Mama Selina asked, kusema ukweli, mimi sijui ni kwa nini. I can't comment about something I don't know. So Mama Selina nisamehe. Mimi sijui ni kwa nini Nyong'o alipata mingi kuliko Raila. But what I know is this. I wanted to just correct the notion that unajua kura ikitoka, how many times, guys, let's be honest, how many times constituencies za Central, every time we've had presidential election, wametokea 100%. Inamaanisha since registration mpaka wapige kura, hakuna mtu amekufa, hakuna mtu travel out of the country, hakuna mtu that's what it means, which is impossible. So in other words, those numbers are wrong. And we need to demystify that idea that in Central, only in Central is where people wanatoka from, paka watu, hata watoke mtu mwenye ako ndani ya hospitali anakufa kesho. They cannot hit 90%. It's impossible. That's what I wanted to say. Nimechukua my 2 minutes. Thank you for the time.
Romeo, go back to the research. Central has never given 100%. I was just looking up in Madeira. The highest they have gone is about 70. Look it up. So I think you're also blowing up.
Oh no, I'm not talking about Central at large. I'm saying constituencies in Central.
No. None
there's one that voted 100, I think 103 or 4%. Am I wrong?
No. Look it up, because so if you are saying that, then I think you are giving us wrong numbers, and that's where we are saying even in a true election, let's say a true election, we want to see Baba's supporters turn out at least 70%. Now, if you say to compare the rest of the world, the Western world, usually they don't have many reasons of removing the president, but for us here in Kenya, it's like a matter of life and death. So if we have our candidate, we expect him to get support. We expect him, his home ground, to give him the best support they can. And at the point we are trying to drive in here, like we have analyzed our agents, our mobilizations. Even as much as we say Ruto stole our votes, we gave him the room to do so. Okay,
yes,
we gave him the room because we didn't mobilize ourselves. We didn't mobilize our voters. We didn't mobilize our agents, and we trusted Chebukati too much. That's the point you're trying to drive in. But for Central, if you look at the genuine elections we have had, they never even hit 75%. If you talk about the exception of elections we had, when we had the Tarakaniti, that was a wrong thing. That was wrong and illegal. It shouldn't have happened.
So
that
you agree with me?
Yes, I agree with you.
That correct number is 70%. That's what I'm
Yes, that was
saying.
Tharaka Nithi and also Tharaka Nithi and I think Thika. There were two constituencies that hit numbers that should not be hit. But if we say 70%,
Juja.
yes,
Juja.
Juja, yes, that was Juja. That was wrong. But if we talk about the general election, even if you look at Uhuru's votes in 2018, 2017, none of them hit beyond 75%. None of no constituency. So we are saying this. If Mount Kenya can mobilize 75% when their own is vying, why can't we mobilize our own when Baba is vying? Yani tunalalia masikio tukisema kila saa tunaimbiwa kura na kuna kazi yetu huwa hatufanyi. We too don't do our homework well. So I think that is the point we are trying to drive here. And that is what I think Mama Selina was trying to drive in. Asante.
Thank you.
What-
Thank you. Let's
what-
hear from Lala. Guys, let's hear from Lala.
Asanteni, I think I've been glued on my screen and on every word that has been coming out from all of you. And I think I have a little bit of divergent opinion regarding this. And my stand is that this election, Ruto and his team and whatever his name, the chairman, I don't want to call his name, of elections, had worked their plan almost to perfection. So these numbers that we are talking about, I believe that Jose Camargo had a lot to do with the outcome of what we've seen, whether in Kisumu and other parts. There was a hand to simply create this kind of a conversation where we are blaming everybody, blaming each other. I think this was done by design. The only challenge for me is that Central did not come out to denounce Ruto when sisi tunakuwa tuko kwa maandamano. So that's when I began to wonder what is really going on here with Central. But I do believe that some of our concern here is simply because the hand of Ruto and the thieves was so, it is something planned. It was planned so well to create this kind of an outcome. And that's why I think it will be dangerous for us to keep fighting each other. And to give Ruto a reason to believe that he won. In my mind, Ruto did not win. And because he did not win, I believe that my role is to, first of all, expose him. I want to know what really happened on that day during that moment. You see, I wanted Baba to have agents, okay, everywhere. And I gave money for agents, okay, not my money, but other people, my friends and others, and all of us. We supported the whole thing with funds. But when you think about it, where were the people? Where were Kenyans during that moment? Uhuru was in power. There was this perception that government was making sure things go the way they're supposed to go. Okay, and so I think there are some lacks. There was some hesitation on certain group of people, whether they are the Mbadi group and others, to think that this is something is a done deal. The Baba is going to win this. There was that naivety that people had, and so maybe there's some things that we did not do to kind of watch what was happening. but because this man, his craftiness was there, I believe that unless we Kenyans know exactly what happened on that day, we will be hurting ourselves. Because when you think about a country where you have to have an agent to win, that's a dangerous country. I know there's some places where it was harder to steal because people like in Kisii area and others, people were with, they made sure that they were there, to make sure things were done right. And the fairness was there. They wanted the vote to be counted the way they're supposed to be. And I think when I think it's Alex who stated that, maybe Alex, somebody else, that when it came to Central, the agents themselves colluded with the workers, primarily to be able to allow Ruto to do what he did with the help of this chairman, the so-called chairman. So that is, to me, is a concern, because if it can happen in that large scale, then we live in a very dangerous country. And so my thinking here is that Central has to sort out the problem, because other places it didn't happen that way. But when the country is confused in this manner, the only answer for all of us is to make sure there is an audit. Let's find out what really happened. Because if we don't, then other hands will keep on coming in. You're blaming America, you're blaming these other countries. I think we're blaming about things that we can take care of our own as Kenyans. There's no reason why people should have agents if we have a body that's doing its job. If things happen the way they do, people like this board people should be in jail. They should be thrown out in jail. But everything is being marred so much to the point where we don't know what we are doing. We are like mob justice is here because we are not clear what's going on. So in my mind, for all of us to make sure that we don't go chasing the goose when we are not quite sure what's really going on. So I believe that the election was stolen. Okay, numbers were manipulated to reflect certain outcome, whether they were from Nyanza and other places. Baba's voters were there. I believe that. I also believe that Central did the right thing. They divided their votes. I believe that certain parts of Kenya did their jobs. And so it is important for us to find the truth. And the truth only will come if everything is put under scrutiny. There is an audit, an honest audit, and people pay for the debt of what they did to us. People go to jail. That is the only way to overcome this. So blaming this person without an audit is a big mistake. That's my stand, to answer those questions that I think I had. So my take is that election was stolen and manipulated to reflect what we see, and that Baba won. That's what I believe. I don't think Baba lost this election. I think there was enough votes from the mountain, and I know there was this idea that Nyong'o got higher vote than Raila is a fallacy. That's part of the manipulation to make us believe that Baba was not popular in Nyanza, and we can't even see that. From there's no way that could happen in Nyanza. No way. So that's, I think, my contribution to the debate that you guys, we are discussing tonight. Thank you.
Okay, Chaka.
Unajua kaka, hapa nimesikiza kakangu Alex, nakubaliana na wewe, dadangu pia Julian nakubaliana na yeye kwamba pia swala zima swala vitambulisho linamata, kwamba kwa kweli haswa hapa ndile ya Central wengi wanajitokeza, hilo nakubaliana na nalo, lakini kinachonishangaza ni hiki. Je, hata kama hakukuwa na maagent, hata kama kura ziliibwa, je, tunaamini Ruto alishinda kihaki? Maana kaibiwa kura. Je, tunaamini kuwa baba ndio aloshinda katika uchaguzi huu? Na kama ndio tunaamini baba ndio alishinda, haswa hata ni wapi haswa haya mambo yalifanyika? Je, ni kwa wapiga kura Central kwa sababu hakukuwa na maagent, ama ni sehemu fulani na watu wachache waliokaa wakaona huyu mzee kashashinda, na madamu akashashinda basi cha kufanya hapa ni kuhakikisha tutafanya ABCD, tuhakikishe kwamba huyu mzee atabaki tu? Je, ni wachache waliofanya vile ama ni wale wengi ambao waliweza kupigia Ruto kura upande wa Central, kwa sababu tunaamini kwamba Central ndio ngome kuu, maana wanajitokeza kwa tana numbers? Hapo ndio huwa nashindwa nachanganyikiwa kiasi, ndugu zangu, kwa sababu mimi kinachoniaminisha mimi kama msimamo, mambo yalifanyika Bomas, baadhi tu akina Chebukati na wachache ndio walihusika zaidi, na especially akina Kamago, wao ndio walituwekea haya mashaka, wala si uchache wa kura za Nyanza, wala si uchache za kura za Pwani, wala si uchache kura za wapi. Mimi kile naamini wachache waliungana, ndio maana hili swala la wachache nataka niliingize lieleweke. Kenya tuna wachache wenye wanakaa mahali cabinet kutupanga kwamba kupanga haswa ni nini, wakiongozwa na watu wachache na watu kutoka nje ya nchi, haswa watu ama naweza amini wazungu. Nani tunamweka kiongozi pale? Na kama tutamweka kiongozi fulani ama kama nitamweka kiongozi msimamo, je, ni mtu tunaweza mkunja? Hilo ndo naloliamini. Lakini pia vile vile tuna haki ya kuweza kuwasuta kwa hii kumira. Tuna haki ya kuwasuta watu wa mlio. Ndio maana naungana na Alex kuwasuta, kuambia ndugu zangu, kile ambacho mlikuwa mnakiamini sasa hivi ndio hiki kimewatokea. Mkiomba maandamano mnasema ni ya Wajaluo, sisi tuna kazi, tuna shughuli. Hilo pia nalo ni kosa. So kwa kweli imefika wakati ambao ni lazima tusahau yote yale yamefanyika, tuweze kulitengeza taifa. Sasa tufocus na taifa. Tukisema Wakikuyu ndio sasa hivi wajitokeze, kwa sababu walikuwa wajitokeze na Wakale nao wapambane sasa hivi waende maandamano, still bado tuna shida, kwa sababu wale wataumia ni hawa vizazi tunavyopigania kwa sasa hivi. Ndio maana ari yangu inasema hivi, madamu washagundua kwamba kuna mambo fulani yenye yalifanyika na yanayofanyika sasa katika taifa letu si mazuri, basi wacha tuungane wote kwa pamoja. Isiwe kwamba wakati huu wacha tuangalie jamii fulani wajikange kwa mafuta yao, maana hao ndio walikuwa wana shida siku zote, na pia hao ndio walikuwa katika uongozi. Tukienda katika hiyo hali ya misingi hiyo, sisi bado tutakuwa na safari ndefu kuweza kulikomboa hili taifa na mikononi kwa hawa wanyonyaji. Si wakati wa kutubiana tena vidole, kwa sababu tayari yashamagika haya. Ni wakati wa kuhakikisha jena kujiuliza sasa ni mbinu gani mpya tutakayoifanya kama Wakenya, kwa sababu nimetangulia kuzungumza hapa, katiba inatupa mwongozo. Je, tutawahamasisha ndugu zetu namna gani? Tutawaambia nini? Tutashikana namna gani kusema kwamba tumepewa mwongozo na katiba kupigania na hawa nduli ambao wameweza kutuonyesha maajabu? Kwa sababu uchumi kwanza hakuna, na hiyo ndio ilikuwa kauli mbiu, na wengi waliingia box kwa sababu ya uchumi kwanza. Wachana na watu ambao wanapigania kugawana vyeo na mamlaka. Kama tunakumbuka hii kura jinsi limepelekwa, na kwa kweli haswa youth ndio walikuwa wamelengwa, maana hata hizo kura nyingi za bwana Zakayo zote ni za youth, lakini wenye akili zao timamu hawakuweza kupiga hata hiyo mlima. Naamini kwamba kura ziligawiwa hapo, lazima baba alipata kura zake. Kama hazikupatikana kwa sababu hakukuwa na maji, but still baba aliweza kuona, aliweza kupata kura Na katika miaka yote ya kupigiwa kura baba, huu mwaka naamini Central iliweza kupigia kura baba kwa kiasi kikubwa zaidi. So ni jinsi gani tutaweza kuungana? Maana tukusema tunapiana maneno, tunatupiana lawama kwamba wakalee kwa sababu hawakuwa wanajitokeza, wanaamini mtu wao na hukiu ndio ambao walikuwa ndio shida. Sisi bado suluhu ya kuweza kuwatetea vizazi vinavyokuja na kulijenga taifa letu katika mwongozo ulio sawa, ili kuonyesha ulimwengu kwamba Wakenya ni wenye akili, ni wewe ambao tumejaliwa na tunamwamini Mungu na tumejaliwa na akili. Tuwape fundisho hata na wengine kama vile Kongo na wengine waige mfano kutoka Kenya. Je, jukumu letu kama Wakenya ni lipi kuweza kupigana na hili? Hayo ndo maswali mimi najiuliza kama msimamo on daily basis. Maana kumtupigia lawama Mkikuyu mimi haijaniridhisha bado. Nikwambia yeye aende kwa maandamano kama siku zote haendi, bado suluhu hatujaipata. Kidole kimoja siku zote hakivunji chawa. Asante, mimi nitaachia tu hapo.
Haya, Alex, tupate.
Asante sana Alexio. Naenda kusema maneno magumu, na ukinichukia nichukie, ukinipenda nipende, kwa sababu katika kukaa kwangu na 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 kufanya nini. Kiswahili ni kigumu kwangu, nilitoka Kenya kitambo sana, Kiswahili kinanishinda. When I sit down and resonate and start thinking about the presidential group that went throughout Kenya to campaign for Baba, I want to deconstruct them, all of them. Mudungu wa Kikuyu from Katanga, after election, you've never seen that man. It begs a question. Before election, Abu, the brother of Joho, defected to UDA. Joho has been very quiet. He came at one time, sasa akasema wacha baba apumzike, mimi sasa ndio nitaenda maandamano. Hujaiona huyo jamaa anywhere. Atuoli akaongea mpaka tukafurahia. Hapa tunaongea kata miti, kata miti. Juzi alikuwa na meeting wapi? Western. Ruto infiltrated even the hierarchy of Baba presidential campaign. I like the meeting, I like the debate or the interview that Baba Wino had. This is what he said. When I saw Muturi go, when I saw Waiguru go, I started questioning myself. If you are Uhuru and you see your speaker is going, Waiguru is going, Wamatangi is going to Ruto, you want to tell me the intelligence did not tell him that something is cooking? And if he knew something is cooking, could we have prevented it? Baba worked hard to be a president, however, his campaign was infiltrated by Ruto. Day and night, the guy bought everybody. Tunapokaa hivi tunasema ati baba aliibiwa kura, sengine nakaa chini ninacheka. Alibiwaje na wakati ndugu yake Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta, who gets intelligence, should have started asking, why has Muturi gone? Why has Matangi gone? Why has Kihiki gone? Why has Waiguru gone? Those were pertinent questions. In short, this election, we lost it without our knowledge. It's not like Ruto won it. And it's not like Raila won it. We could see that there was a design that we could not explain. And when it came to the campaign, Uhuru became reluctant to go face on, because Ruto alikuwa amechukua region yake and say we must save this situation. Now, I'm not blaming anybody when it comes to these situations. What I'm saying is this: Baba worked so hard as an individual, choosing the best presidential his deputy. In the day he chose his deputy, he told us Oparanya is going to be this, Joho is going to be this. He told us how his cabinet is to be. But the only person who has proved this far, apart from Martha Karua, that he supported Baba is Oparanya. You have seen Otuoma go to Ruto. You have seen Netambea go to Ruto. You have seen Baraza go to Ruto. You have seen ODM members, gubernatorial, go to Ruto openly. And sometimes you sit down and wonder, what happened during this? We had a secretariat that was dubious. And I start with Makau Mutua. During COVID, Baba used to go to Nani's house, Atuoli's house, to have strategic meetings. Nowadays, the man Atuoli cannot even speak to Raila. The people were with Raila. The leadership was all bought. And you know, sometimes what matters is not us. And I repeat, sometimes, not all the times, it is not us who matters, it's the leadership. My governor has confused me several times. When Ruto comes, for example, when they went to Mosocho, the way my governor spoke that day, machozi ilitoka. Alisifu Ruto, we will get together. The Kisii people like you. And you know what? All members of parliament were there. All senators were there. Not all senators. Okongo Omogeni was not there. Onyonka was there. When you look at the statements, Raisi, tunakupenda, tusaidie, tufanye maendeleo. MCAs were there. It is an evidence that these people were affiliated to this man. And then Simbarati says, when I went to State House, we spoke with Ruto that we need this money for cancer center in Kisii. Hata yeye alienda kutafuta maendeleo huko. And we thank you that you came here and the cancer center has started. Then he goes further to say, I wish you came earlier so that we can go, you lay a stone. And then people start saying, Simba netaya. Simba is the light of Kisii. Simba is a traitor, is a cabal. Alafu baadaye baba akienda Thanksgiving yake, he starts giving a different statement. 2 days ago alikuwa kwa nini ya Mwita, the funeral of Mwita in Kuria. He starts saying, after matanga kisha, I'm coming to do recruitment ya ODM. After umesifu Ruto, umemwendorse, umemwambia umefanyia Wakisii vitu nyingi kuliko any other president. You know, let me tell you, Raila has been betrayed. And that's why I'm saying, tukienda maandamano, we need to face out all these people. Tusiwaonee huruma. We create new crop of leadership. Hata kama ni mimi mtachukua huko, mniambie through sound candid talk. Represent us. Be loyal. Steadfast. Even when the heaven falls. That's the missing spice in ODM right now. Secondly, our MPs, even in parliament, in the Senate, 3 senators are making sense. Sifuna, Oledama, Eddie from Migori. Who else? The rest have been bought.
Alex, umesahau Sotsi.
Otsosi, thank you. 4. But how many do we have? So what I'm trying to paint the picture is this. We cannot allow betrayers to continue to make decisions for our party. Ikiwa tutaamini Sifuna peke yake, let's do it. Tunaenda maandamano with those 4 people. The rest, go to the nearest cell and jump. That's how you make a party. We are making mistakes after mistakes by believing. Look at the presidential committee that was running everywhere. Kumbe Sabina Chege alikuwa amewekwa na Ruto huko. Kanini Kega alikuwa amewekwa na Ruto huko. Who could have believed that? We didn't. We loved Sabina. We praised her. Look at Mutula Kilonzo right now. The guy and Sakaja, they are in UDA. Mutula Kilonzo is not in Azimio anymore. And that's why I keep saying this. Let us restructure Azimio. And when you structure it, we make it one party. These rebels should go. I like what you say in Jess, the Sri Lanka way. But we can't go Sri Lanka way before we unite. We must root out these cabals, these sellouts, and after that, we ask ourselves, what next? The revolution of Cuba started with 8 people. It succeeded. It took away Bastista. The war whereby was the war Jericho or what? It was started with 30,000 people. it ended up with very few people that were loyal, committed, resolute, and revolutionary. And they won the war. We are trying to keep people in Azimio who can never help us. And there are many. There are many. Tom Wajienda should have gone home. Jalango should have gone home. Come rain, come shine. The other day, Ochieng was chased from what? The funeral. ODM cannot chase him, but the people chased him openly. Why? Because we have come to the point we are saying, look, if we continue this way, it's not going to work. Onyonka keeps going this way and this way. The only person in Kisi who has been very firm, resolute, consistent is Kibagendi. Even when the president came, he told him right on his face, this housing levy, take it out. If you don't, tutaandamana, and there is nothing you can do. He was criticized by everybody. You can't tell the president like this, wakati tunataka maandamano, wakati tunataka maendeleo.
Yeah.
Let me finish this way. We are hurt because we are not making decisions. We don't have priorities. We are not protecting Baba because Baba has been deserted by his friends that he thought, where is Mamangil?
On the touchline.
These people lied to Baba because they wanted positions. Once they realized there was no positions, they had nothing to do with us. Now we should have nothing to do with them. And that's where I'm finishing. Thank you.
Well said, well said. Never give up. Let's hear from you.
Yes, I've heard everything. And what I can say is we don't have a constitution. If we are actually following it to the latter, if these people from the word go, we knew they betrayed Baba, why did they go to lift up the Bible and say we abide by the current government? They ought to have said, no, this is not a government we chose, and we just have to leave it at that. But these people like money. They like to be bribed. I don't know. I don't understand our MPs, even those senators. I don't understand them. We as the Kenyans, well, they say the constitution is by us. Why can't we just start uprooting them from down, from that bottom? We just say we don't want anybody. We just have to start afresh because there's nothing there. Even, I mean, Baba had more people, even when he didn't win, as they say. They stole from him from the top. But in the parliament, he had many MPs. They were bought. And the way they were bought, they were just crossing the floor. That is not how the constitution is. We know that very well. And we are still there. We are still sitting there. And they are still sitting there at the constitution. What constitution is there? There's no constitutionalism there at all. These people should just be told home. And home, it is us Kenyans who are going to tell them home. They are doing nothing to us. Things are, they're just there to rubber stamp anything that Ruto comes up with. We are seeing all this and we are just quiet. When Baba calls for maybe a revolution or maybe maandamano or anything, let us all go. And we say we don't want these people. They should all go. Maybe Baba should be advised We cannot talk to him as maybe Alex, you people, you can try, but he should just tell these people there's nothing we have there in parliament. Let people go and start afresh, and we do things afresh. That's just like what this governor, the governor from Meru, she told those people, I can sign up so that everybody can go home, we start afresh. They said no. Now they have agreed with her. You see? But ours here, things are not good. Things are not well. Things are not well, guys. Let these people go home. All of them. They are dirty. They are dirty. They are all dirty. We want clean people to come out. We want clean people. Sincerely, we are heading nowhere as Kenyans. We are heading nowhere. We are sitting there pretty thinking that we have a constitution somebody is following. Our president is not following the constitution. You can see it. We can all see it. Let's not pretend here that we are following the constitution. What constitution? He is a liar. Whenever he even brings money from outside, what does he do with it? We are not told anything. We are only told how much we have. We have debts outside. But what does this money do? Nothing. We are not told. Nothing. We know nothing. We are just in the dark. The prices are going high. We are quiet. We know nothing. We actually know nothing. Then here we are still talking that we have a president, we have nothing. Let us go to the streets, remove this guy. And by removing, because you cannot reach up there, let's start from down here, even from
Alexio,
MCAs.
can you send a link to Musimamo?
Those
He
who
has asked
bribed
3 times.
themselves in, those who bribed themselves to go in, please, nothing. We need nothing. We don't need these people. They just have to go. They have to go. We never elected thieves. We don't want thieves. These are thieves plus their top thief. Oh my God. Where are we going to? We are told we have debts. Where? Where? What has he done with this money? Nothing. We're only being told stories after stories, stories after stories. Who wants this? Who wants this? Really? We are not part of him. We are not part of him. Even their people, they are crying. But some are just okay because they are working. They are actually receiving their salaries. Where are we? Really? Kenyans, wake up. Let's wake up. Whoever is listening, we are all listeners here. But sometimes I listen and I even just cry alone. I just say, where are we heading to? This is man eat man society. Where are we going to? We are gone. We are gone. We are finished. We are finished. Where is he taking this money? He wants to sell parastatals. We are quiet. He's picking this money and he wants to build houses. Who are going to live on these houses? Who are going to live? He wants to deduct money from people who are maybe retiring. He's taking this money to go and build. To build for who now? Who is going to stay? Even those people, slum dollars, they will not afford. With which money? They won't afford. The other day they were put on the streets, just like that, given something small to go in the streets. Well, fine, they did. But today, they can't go back until you give them money. We know Kenyans. It is money, money, money. Where are we? Where are we, people? Where are we? Let's go remove all these people. They are dirty. They are dirty. They have dirty hands. There's nobody straightforward there. Their boss, if you don't follow him, you're dead. You're dead meat. You're gone. We are scared, but we have to go to the streets, all of us. All of us. It has to be all. Not one, not two. All. And I mean all. When Baba says we go out, let us go out. Let us go out. I'm hurting. I'm really hurting. I'm hurting.
Okay, well said, well said. Let's hear from.
Before Mami Pole, for the heart. Many Kenyans are hurting.
Romeo, I can see your hand up.
We feel for you, Mami. Pole sana.
Never give up, as your name says. Never give up.
Hey, thank you, Alexio. I don't even know how to come back after that emotional appeal by never give up. That is so powerful. Thank you. I took a few notes and, a few things have been said that I wanted to respond to. But because of time, let me not go there. I'll just start where I think Alex touched something that I really wanted to speak on, which was unity. And the way politics works in Kenya. And Mimi, one thing I want to try and bring across every time I come on here. Let's be honest with ourselves, where we are and who we are as Kenyans. It's one thing to be hopeful about what we can do, but it's another thing to look back and look at our track record and see how corrupt and sisi ni watu tu wa kununuliwa every single minute. Then the question comes, and then I asked myself the question when Alex was talking, is this the worst we are going to see of Kenya with Ruto? Is that the worst? And I say, no, it's not. There will be another one coming worse than Ruto. Why do I say that? Because I'm starting to see a pattern where instead of galvanizing as a country under principles and certain values, we are coming together as due to interests. Right now, what brings us together mostly is Ruto. And as much as I hate this man, I want him gone yesterday, we still have to also address the idea of our values. Because even after we get rid of all these, like never give up a seat, we need to get rid of all of them. Clean slate. The next crop of leaders, ni watoto wa the people that are living now. And I'm sure they've learned from daddy and mommy how to get a little bit here and there. So are we going to have any changes? That's the question. So that's why I started by saying unity. But what is unifying us? What is it that is unifying us? If we can't agree on basic things like, hey, IEBC is the one responsible to safeguard, to count, and give us a true election. It's not ODM or Raila. It's not agents of anybody. That is the function of IEBC. And if I'm wrong, please someone correct me. Then the question becomes, once we have similar values and principles, okay, then we can actually tackle the society called Kenya. But right now, I think we are just people who have similar interests. And what happens when interests change? When someone else comes on board with a new interest, some of us will jump aboard and join that other team. Why? Because that's the nature of politics and the way we behave in Kenya. Our values are interest-based. Ukinipea kidogo, we are a quid pro quo society. Nipe nikupe. There is no way, hata kama saizi tulete the newest crop from all over the world, the best of the best, they will sink in the same shape Ruto has sunk in. Why? Because we are an interest-based society. Lakini kama tuko na principles and values, we know that if my brother Alex Omsimamo goes up there, we share the same value and interests. I do not expect them to start looting or to start nipe nikupe policy that has been going on in Kenya. But because that's how we even negotiate in political numbers, okay? This is how we negotiate. We negotiate ya kwamba, hey, mukinipatia leo kura, nitajaribu na mimi pia nitawarudishia mkono. We have seen it. Even right now, UDA MPs going around saying, I think I saw a UDA MP saying, nimeona majina ya ati Otieno sijui nani wakipata kazi ya government na wakupigia Ruto kura. Nataka tu iwe majina ya Wakikuyu na Wakalenjin. That's what he said. So that's the politics we know. That is how we negotiate in Kenya. But if that negotiation is always just based on interest only, then what happened to other communities, not lesser communities, but smaller communities that doesn't have the numbers to sit on the table and bargain with the larger community? So to me, I want to come back to, for us, like Alex had said, to get unity, we need to have a base standard values and principles, ya kwamba sisi tukikuja pamoja, kitu ya kwanza hatutaki kura ya wizi, kitu ya pili sisi hatutaki hii na kile, we just want, these are our principles, these are our values. Na hata ukiangalia our candidate, the person we have supported for many years, Raila Odinga, he's a man of principle and values, and that's why most people stick with him. It's because they see yeye hata akishindwa na kura ako tu the same, habadiliki. You know, when we look at the likes of Akina Jalango and all these other people, and Ojienda and you name it, even the Sabina Cheges, they are just a product of our society. It's who we are. So how do we put to an end that kind of society? Which, mimi, I think, hata, it is not about changing wanaitwa nini, nyani mstuni. Tutabadilisha nyani mstuni, lakini principle ikiwa ni ile mbaya, they will do the same thing. I know right now we are so quick to say things like, oh, you know, we need to wipe them out. But if we wipe them out, we take them all out, but we have not changed our ways of which we view others, how we look at politics and things like that, then we're going to fall victim to the same thing that we have. And so then I'm afraid that Ruto is not the worst we have seen if we don't change the way we come together as a people, not interest-based. Si lazima nikuonyeshe niko na pesa ngapi ndio nikuje ninunue watu. Hapana. We can come together because I love my brother and I love my sister. And if my sister does well in Kiambu, my brother in Mombasa does well. You know, if we can look at things like that instead of, hey, watu wa hii upande sisi ndio tuko na mkate this time. Hata tubadilishe constitution, Alexio. Hata tubadilishe constitution. If our value does not change in our principles, the spirit of the constitution will never be realized, because we are an interest-based society. Wewe nionyeshe chenye unanipatia ndio mimi nikupee kura. Hata kama mimi ni mtu mbaya, I will still win. That's why we had the Waititus and Kabogos in power, if you know. Let's just be honest. The reason those people came to power is not because they articulated the best policy possible for the counties they governed. No. It's because, number one, wako na pesa. Number two, they can buy everybody around. You know? And so we are forgetting what are the principles and values of leadership, or even just being together in society as human beings. Si lazima kile kitu ikuwe ya kuuzwa, quid pro quo. Until that ends, it doesn't matter if we have a new constitution, it doesn't matter if we have new leaders, it doesn't matter if we get rid of Ruto now and put Raila in place. Raila will end up with men like Waititus and Ojiendas still. And those people, even if he tries to lead the country the right direction, they will fail him. Because the system, although I know it's important the person that is leading, the commander-in-chief, be a person of integrity. But if everybody, all the commanders and lieutenants around you are just corrupt people who are just in for themselves and self-interest, they will fail their commander. And that's what I'm always afraid is, even if sometimes we get the right person in the place of leadership, if we don't change as a people, then we are doomed to fail again. Back to you.
Thank you, Romeo. Yes, I just wanted to touch on something about Julia when he said people in Baba Stronghold, they don't turn up in large numbers. It's not about turning up in large numbers. It's about IBC counting the vote and declaring the true winner. But since we have people who have been given authorities and seats, but they lack integrity, that's why we end up where we are right now. because Chebukati was given an opportunity to make it right this time, to correct what he did last time. But what did he do? He decided to hawk the presidency. Now see where the country is. It's because we lack people of integrity in these offices where key decisions are made. Like IBC, we want people of integrity so that whoever won the election, you just say it as the people want it, not you to give us your own results. Look, now when he was told about to publish the results for each and every constituency, he did not publish the results for each and every constituency. Instead, he published the results for per county, and which he knows very well, the constitution does not allow that. You see? So it's not about people in Baba's stronghold are not coming up in large numbers. No, it's about those who are counting votes. They are not doing the correct thing. So even if the people in Baba's stronghold come out 90%, still we'll end up with this result the way Chebukati was formed. And the way now, this idea of Ruto infiltrating everywhere, each and every, can't we have honesty and honest leaders who can stand their ground, who can do the thing right? Why are you being bought to become to ODM, and when you know very well your heart is with Ruto? Just go and stand and vie on Ruto's party. Let's have people of integrity. But I think the best thing has happened is, for Baba not getting this seat, it has shown us now who is who in this politician. We are able to see them who they are. And now going forward, we know how to deal with them. We will deal with them ruthlessly. Once Baba gets this seat, we need honesty people around him so that Kenya can get to the level where it's supposed to be. Amaniaje msimamo.
Nashukuru mjibu swali langu, na ndugu yangu kipenzi hapo Alex amenisikia pale nilipozungumzia wachache. Hapo nilikuwa namaanisha wachache yangu, nilikuwa namaanisha hapo kwa kina Chebukati haswa. Maana hapo ndo kwenye uozo. Haya yote tunazungumza ya turnout na nini, lakini yote 9 la 10 palipoharibika maneno ni kwa IBC. Na bado nilikuwa hapo nasema wachache. Kwa wachache wangu hapo nilikuwa nimelenga. Asante sana Alexio kwa kuweza kulidadavua vizuri. Hapa tutipiga kelele turnout na nini, yote 9 la 10 palipoharibika maneno ni kwa IBC. Maana if wangefanya the right thing, hatungekuwa tunazungumzia wala tunazungumzia haya. Sasa angalia sasa hivi, sasa tumeuruka mkojo alafu tumekinyaga kinyezi. Yani tumeuruka mkojo alafu tumekuwa kwenye kinyezi live. Na kwa nini nazungumza hivyo Alex na ndugu yangu hapo ndio na the rest wale wananisikiza haswa? Kwa nini tumekinyaga kinyezi? Now parliament iko kiganjani, judiciary iko kiganjani, na tulianza tu kidogo hapa tukiangalia tu makanisa yanavyoyumbishwa huku na huku, wote wakapoteza dira. Mahali ambapo sasa ungekuwa wa Kenya, wao ndio wa kwanza kutetea Kenya, wako wapi? Sasa kila kitu kumetiwa katika kiganja. Je, tuna matumaini kwamba ati kura ya 2027 Ruto hatarudi? Hivi tunajidanganya kweli hapa kwamba yeye ni wa one term? Kwangu mimi naona ni ndoto ya mchana chambilecho yeye mwenyewe Ruto, kwamba ni ndoto ya mchana. Tusipo shikana kama wa Kenya, wallahi na kwa Mwenyezi Mungu, ndugu yangu Alex hapa na ndugu zangu wote haswa, tusiposhikana tukasema ni basi imetosha na tuache blaming game, umekuwa kwa uongozi siku nyingi. Let's rebuild our country upya. Nadhani hilo litatuokoa kuweza kuwafukuza watu, kwa sababu mimi siku zote huwa nazungumza hapa kwamba tuna bahati wa Kenya, wa corrupted wote wameungana, wamekuja msitu mmoja. Na ndio pale nikasema huyu nyani yuko jangwani, tukimruhusu kurudi kwenye miti imeshakula kwetu. Huu ndio wakati, na tusijaribu kuficha maovu kwa ajili ya pesa, kwa sababu pesa ndio inaotawala. Maana sasa hivi si katiba tena, mimi naonea kila kitu kitatengenezwa kwa bunge. Yani kuna hii katiba mpya, hiki kipengele ndio kimeingizwa, kinanikera kweli Alex na ndugu zangu. Ya chochote kipikwe bungeni, kwa sababu bungeni kuna tena numbers. Ukiangalia hata hizo namba zenyewe ziko pale, ni hayo magumashi ndio kukawa sasa kuna hiyo minority na kuna hiyo majority. Yani minority majority waligeuzwa kuwa minority wakagawa tuliyashuhudia hapa. Please, as Kenyan people, mimi msimamo nitabaki na msimamo wangu. Sikubaliani na hawa viongozi. Ni wakati wa Wakenya tuamue, kwa sababu bado katiba ina nafasi. Tusisubiri, tuungane. Tusiache kwamba sasa hivi wacha Wakikuyu walie tu na wanajikanga, si wao walikuwa wanajifanya. Hilo halitatusaidia. Na sijiangalie mimi msimamo tu, naangalia je, kesho na kesho kutwa hii taifa litaelekea wapi. Kwa hiyo mimi nitaachia pale ndugu zangu, niende zangu kujimwagia maji ya moto, nipumzike, nimshukuru Mungu, lakini pia nishukuru wote ambao tumekuwa hapa. Mimi yangu tu ni kuwapa shukrani. Leo najisikia amani kwamba nimerudi tena hapa kusikika. Yaani ni neema yake Mungu tu. Kwa nitaachia pale ndugu zangu, mimi nikapate kwenda kupumzika. Asanteni.
Asante sana Msimamo, tunakutakia wakati mwema unapoendelea na shughuli zako za kila siku. Tunakupatia uheri wa Bwana na tunakutakia uponyaji wa haraka, na kwa yote tunamwachia Mwenyezi Mungu. 9 tunakushukuru kuona hapa. Hatimaye hili ambalo tunanuia litatimika kwa wakati wetu tukiwa macho. Tutamuomba Mungu atatuwezesha kuona Kenya mpya. Kuongea kwetu hapa si kwa hatutaenda bure. Niko very sure Mwenyezi Mungu atatusaidia, tutafika mahali ambapo tunanuia kufika. Asante sana, tunakushukuru. By fire.
Naona Alexa ni kama ako na moto sana, anaweza sema kwanza.
No, si ati niko na moto. Nashukuru Mungu amemsaidia Msimamo. Msimamo alikuwa ni mgonjwa vile mimi nilikuwa mgonjwa wiki 3 hospitalini, na ninasikia vizuri sana nikimwona ako na afya nzuri, anaongea vizuri na amerudi katika siasa ambayo anaipenda na ambayo sio tu kupenda peke yake, anataka nchi yetu ikuwe mzuri. So Msimamo, tunamshukuru Mungu kwa sababu amekutoa kwa hali ya maututi. Tumshukuru Mungu, na kesho ni 31st. Wacha tuombe Mungu turudi.
Ishafika Kenya. Hata hapa ni 31st.
Oh, we are ready. Sasa tuko na very few hours kufika tarehe 1. Tulifikiria utafika, na mimi nilifikiria sitafika, lakini tutafika sisi wote. Asante.
Okay, thank you Alex kwa kutia brother yetu hiyo moyo. Wacha niingie. I still want to speak about how can a revolution be caused in Kenya. Remember Wanjigi the other day alisema revolution inawezekana Kenya. Wanjigi, remember some of those people ni wale ambao wamekuwa part of the system in one way or the other for so long. So there is a possibility that things have veered off everywhere, and a revolution yetu, which we always speak of, it might even start in places where we don't realize that revolutions can start there. And actually revolutions are spontaneous and they are unusual. Like I remember here Warabu, I think the trigger was just a young man, I think, who was depressed with what is hustler. Wacha nimwite tu hustler in quotes. Kijana tu pale yeye mwenyewe akasema let me react to something because sipati kazi, sipati chakula, things have gone too far, and we saw how different regimes started falling. whether it was orchestrated or solutions were gotten at that time, lakini hizo nchi tunajua zimetulia. I think Egypt, since Hosni Mubarak went away, we have not had so much issues happening in Egypt. Algeria, Tunisia. Tunisia ni kwenye tunasikia tu kuna mshike because the guy who took power, it is being said that is like he has decided to become a dictator in Tunisia. Libya, Libya has never gotten back to its former days because the power vacuum there created. But in a nutshell, we saw a wave which created regimes which had overstayed in power. So there is a reason why I'm saying that. We might think that a revolution is the one which the politicians watatokezea wanachukua mic wanasema we have to revolt, lazima tufanye nini. No, it will be very hard for a revolution to be that way. Hawa wa Kenya wanaumia hawa. Sisemi ati lazima tukue na mtu anajichoma. I'm not saying that, but the common mwananchi has to design his own way to trigger a uniform motion of reaction in the nation. And we just need that one human being who can be courageous enough na hatutoe. Politicians will not do much for us, with us, but if we can get that one courageous human being, and we were almost getting them. I don't know what happened, ama walinunuliwa. Eric Omondi, to some extent, he understated that agitation. I don't know what happened to him. I think pia sisi, we also betrayed some of the Kenyans who are doing very good work. I remember there was huyu kijana alikuwa anajifungilia kwa nyororo pale CBD. Those are trigger points which I think Kenyans could not understand. Mtu anajitoa muhanga, anaenda pale kwa CBD, anajifungilia nyororo. Mapolisi wanakuja hapo. Then we don't come out now to react to like zile shida huyu mtu amepata, lakini tunaruhusu mtu kama huyu apigwe na polisi na hakuna kitu anafanya. Sasa mtu kama huyo, even in future, hata kama ako na mashida mingi, hata kuwa na ile busara, hata kuwa na ile power ya kujitoa. Ndio hata saa hii nasema, if we will have, kuna Wakenya wako pahali hata wakijitoa wanaona tu wataenda pale wapigwe, but Kenyans will not sympathize with them and they do what they need to do. And that is how we can be able to help each Kenyan. Mkenya akitokezea pale na anaongea kama sasa, the way at times watu ya mbunge la mwananchi walikuwa wanatokezea, saa zingine wanaenda wanapigwa pale, but we could not see like many Kenyans reacting with them. I think the problem which we have in our country is reaction. Saa zingine unaweza jitoa, unakuwa ni wewe peke yako. And that is why we had people like akina Koigi wa Mwere who wangetoa kichwa, lakini ukitoa kichwa unapelekwa Nyayo House peke yake, wengine wanapelekwa pale juu hadi unaangushwa pale Nyayo House peke yako, and there is no any Kenyan who is reacting. Ni Wakenya wangapi wameisikia kwamba kuna watu wanakuwa tortured in the Nyayo chamber, na Wakenya wajaijitokeza hata kusema tunataka kuona hiyo Nyayo chamber. Watu tunasikia walikuwa wanawekwa kwa maji baridi, iko karibu inakuwa ice. Ni Wakenya wangapi wameijitokeza waseme hiyo Nyayo tunataka kuiona saa hii, ama tu kunasemekananga tu hiyo Nyayo ilifungwa, but we are not sure that whether that thing was closed or not. I think as Kenyans we never react to issues, but rather tunaachilianga Wakenya wengine waumie, and that is why saa zingine wale Wakenya wa nia njema come to see how comes watu kama akina Koigi wa Mwere, whichever age they have, hata kama ni wazee, how comes you think that akina Koigi wa Mwere they can't speak now? Hata wezi kuwa najua ni wazee, but they know that hata akiongea he will be alone, because sisi wa Kenya we do not read the signs of trigger points. Trigger points zinakuwa, lakini tu bado sisi tu tuko tu pale nyuma tu. Sisi tu ni wale watu wa kusema tu tungoja ngoje tu hiyo kitu ishike moto, tungoja ngoje tu hiyo kitu ishike moto. I think Kenyans have been unable to understand and read the trigger point of a revolution to the extent that hizo trigger point zinakuja hadi zinakuwa stale. Tunakuja hata tulikuwa to react kitambo, but even hiyo trigger point inakuja hata inaisha moto because we did not understand this is a trigger point, na sasa we start knowing now we need to react to this thing. I think as Kenyans now we have to understand trigger points of revolution. Otherwise we will end up reacting to stale points, and once we react to stale points tunajikuta saa zingine we are not at a point whereby we can be great to this nation. So to me, Bwana Alex, I think Kenyans have to be taught how to react to trigger points, because we have so many trigger points. The same situation which we are experiencing, take it to another country. I'm double sure they will understand those trigger points and they will react. But as Kenyans, we are too weak to react to devastating point. Like inabidi hata sasa, like I remember, like, and I will say this here, kuna watu hata they actually mock, they used to mock. Kuna watu walikuwa wanasema ati hata kuna watu walifinywa nyee hawawezi zaa, and hao watu walifinywa nyee walifinywa na hizi government. So we reach to a level whereby like Kenyans can even like wanaweza ongea tu vizuri, ni kama kuna watu walifinywa nyee, and yet a Kenyan anaweza finywa nyee and we cannot react. We cannot get out and respond for those people. Watu wanafinywa nyee, people get devastated. Mtu kama Matiba alidungwa ile shindano alidungwa, tunaambiangwa some claim it was a mercury, ama sijui ni dawa gani alidungwa. Kenyans did not react to that thing, and that is the problem which we have, and that's why to some extent, at least whether it was political or not, I'm a bit happy with like how Americans reacted to George Floyd thing. George Floyd was not a politician. George Floyd was an ordinary citizen, but you can see how Minneapolis was almost crumbling. Minneapolis was coming to its knees. George Floyd was not like a very senior person in the society, but he was not a white guy. He was a black guy who people felt that they need to react. As Kenyans, when have we ever reacted? When has our country ever been at stake? Do you know the reason why even the in the US things were able to solve and they were able to? It is because that death of George Floyd put everything to jeopardy. Sisi wa Kenya, can we sacrifice our country because of death of one person? Tuseme sasa, wacha kiumane, let things go to the hell until we get a resolution. And that is why Americans, in every crisis, they always get a win. So kazi yao tu wanaendanga tu wakiaccumulate, wanaendanga wakiaccumulate. Sisi wa Kenya tuko na shida. Why? We want accumulation of issues. We want to solve things at a go, mara moja. Tunataka tubadilishe katiba, and democracy, if we want to practice democracy, doesn't work that way. This is how democracy works. Democracy, you do incremental changes. Kunatokezea kitu, muna react kwa hiyo kitu. You force the government to react to that thing and they force a change. So these incremental changes eventually ndizo zinawapea serikali ambayo inafanya kazi. But this is stupidity which we always say that wacha tubadilishe katiba sasa mambo ikuwe mizuri. We will never have. But we have to learn on how to push for changes when something happens. Like for example, kura imeibiwa. We should now push for that thing. How can we solve this thing? Story ya kura. And then we should not mix it with so many frauds. The next thing is who will be putting prices for us of commodities. So we need to look for incremental changes. But when you push for everything, at the end of the day, you get nothing. And that is why up to now, we cannot be able to achieve anything because we have not zeroed in and activated a revolution on a certain idea. So to see tunakuwa like we are pushing for 10 things and you cannot push for 10 things. If it is injustice, like for example, in Kenya, we have not solved extrajudicial killing. Why? Because we have never zeroed into that problem, and then we say that we have to bring the government to knees
to its knees until we solve this thing. Once we solve extrajudicial killings, we now take the periscope higher. We start on another thing. And through that, tutakuja tujikute finally, we have solved close to 50% of our problem. But this idea whereby we want to solve everything at a go with one document, we will solve nothing. That is why now somebody will come and sneak something else, tunaambiwa vitu zinasolviwa, and we are not solving anything. We have to learn to handle a problem at a time. A problem, and we can revolt and demonstrate throughout the year. It doesn't matter. But we have to start now putting the government to its knees on every issue we want them to solve. We have to itemize. Now it is extrajudicial killing. Now it is tribalism in government position. Tuna demonstrate, tunafanya nini? Tunasema until those people are sacked, hakuna kazi inaendelea. We have not zeroed in. Like now we have a very corrupt government and we have a tribalism government. We can just zero in that. Tunasema no jobs in Kenya. Hakuna kazi itaendelea until all those Kalenjin and Kikuyu people who are too many in the government and it is unrepresentative of our population until wafutwe. We have to start zeroing in. But based on what I'm seeing, I think we have not identified a front of attack. We are attacking on all fronts and there is no any problem we are solving. And that's why you can see up to now, including even hata kuketi chini pale, even with all this, including hata 62 people kukufa maandamano, we have not solved anything because we have not zeroed in on a problem. Not zeroed in on the problems. We should not zero in on the problems, on a problem. Hiyo shida tunaisukuma, tunamaliza, then we wait for another trigger point. That's what I think.
Wow. By fire, by strength. Well said, well said. Alex, do you have anything to add on before we give to Never Give Up or Romeo?
Yeah, I still have, usually I've been trying to avoid some debates, but I think today we have opened our hearts more than usually we do, because we do fear to be judged. And not only do we fear to be judged, we fear to say things that may be seen as bigoted and eccentric and tribalist. Okay, so my happiness today is we not only complained as usual, I've written down what solutions people are saying we can do, from boycotts, from self-determination, from refusing to pay taxes. So when Baba is proposing this maandamano that is coming, it is not maandamano ya mawe, and we must contain that and refuse never to happen. And that's what I call superior logic. So I like what also Njiru is saying. So the thing that I'm saying is this: if we can continue on this trajectory, even the people that are in UDA can truly see our love for the nation. You see, the issue is not your opinion. The issue is the love for your nation. And today I've realized people love our nation. And when you love your nation, there is nothing you cannot do. And that's why you found people of South Africa who had to go to Mugogoro to do underground movement and go back to their country to fight for it. And that is what we must do. We must find our mgogoro. There's noise in my background. There's my body. I don't know.
One for the road. Let's hear from Never Give Up as you sort out that. As we wind up, one for the Never Give Up. Can we hear from you?
I've had Njiru. Well, it can be solved one by one, as you say, but who is there? Martha Komi. What will Martha Komi do for us? She was paid long way before we knew it. She was just waiting for an appeal. Then she came up with everything that she knows, hot air. Where are we? That's why I'm still saying, and I'm still insisting, we are arguing with thieves. And these people will never hear us. They will always try to bring us down, whichever way we try. The best thing, those MPs, the big ones, the ones who sit down to legislate, they are the ones to go home. We start with them. We start with them. Then we go up there to Madam Martha with our cronies. They all go. And we say we want a fresh start. There's nothing. They can do nothing. The MCAs I know will join us because their salaries are down. They will join. They don't have any way. They will join. And the ones in Nairobi are for us. They are for ODM. Straight. Hmm? Why are we still dilly-dallying with thieves? We are talking to thieves. We are arguing with thieves. From the word go, they showed us they were thieves because they had gone to lift up the Bible. That we are going to follow you. You are our president. We'll do whatever you want. What's that? What's that? And we were down here crying. It's like everybody is for himself. Hmm? You are alone. You are left alone as a citizen who does not have even a relative, an MP. I mean, you are there. Hmm? Where are we, Kenyans? Let us wake up. Me, I'm still repeating. These people should be gone home. They should go. They should go. They were bought. Alexio, they were bought. These people were bought. They don't care about us. They care about their stomach. You saw about, I mean, when this money which is supposed to be given to MPs for bursaries, you saw how they voted for it wholesomely because they know they are getting something out of it. Hmm? Even if they give us, they give something very little, very little. And these are the guys you still trust. My God, these people should be going home. They should have gone home as early as yesterday, Alexio. Let's start that campaign here. Let's not talk slowly. We are hurting. We are hurting. Next year is just here. Tomorrow to be precise. We are hurting. You don't know what will happen. We are hurting. He's going down. I mean, there are people who have been put who are going down door to door with that whatever for collecting taxes. You are supposed to be checked, everything, whatever you have. You are put on record. They are doing it. It's been done in Kitengela. They told me. I was told they come to your business place door to door. This man is finishing us, and we are just seeing, and we are talking here. Campaign should be let these people go home. We elect good people, and they should just be put there to be interviewed. Kabisa, and we get clean people. If there's a problem with you, no, you're left out. Let's do that campaign, because even if we are going to do it one by one, okay, one by one, let's start with these MPs, because maybe starting with the president is a tall order. Okay, let's start with these people down here. Let's start with them. They should go because they are our representatives. They are seeing what is happening, and they're just going to rubber stamp. Surely, no, me, I refuse. And Martha Koome should also go. Understand she didn't even win. She did not even win to be a judge. There's somebody, I don't know if it's Ouko or somebody. He's the one who won. Look at Chebukati. Chebukati was number 3 or 4. And he's the one who was put there. No. Where are we heading to, Kenyans? Hapana. Hapana.
Thank you, thank you. Let's
You
have
know,
parting shot.
Mami, one of the things, the worst things that happen in Kenya is that we allowed the MPs to debate on the clause of how to recall an MP. And when they realized that previously it was easy, they said you cannot recall an MP before 2 years. And if you have to recall them now after 2 years, they have to be a petitioner who is a voter, who voted, and who has credibility. Okay, after that, when he goes to court, he has to pay 250,000 deposit before the case commences. Now, when the case commences, it takes about 6 months before it goes to the maybe High Court. And when you go to the High Court, the MP has his what? Lawyers. And you also have your lawyers. If it happens, unfortunately, that you lose and he is abstained to become the MP, you have to pay all the expenses that the MP used, which I will tell you this, the MPs made it impossible for them to be impeached. To recall an MP right now is almost impossible because the amount of just to start a petition, the deposit you pay is 250,000. And many people fear that if we do this and we lose, and him and the lawyer lies that they used 60,000 Kenya shillings, you are liable to pay all that money. People now fear to put petitions. So now, if that is the case, what is the alternative? What is the alternative of recalling a member of parliament? My proposal is this. We must first decide that this man will not step in the constituency. All of us. Anywhere, any sublocation, any ward. After 8 months, he will realize that he has been dejected and rejected. Then you start dealing with him psychologically. He might be going to parliament, he might be getting a salary, but he cannot step in what? His constituency. And there was a time we chased members of parliament from going to funerals, going to fundraising. We frustrated them to a point that they felt they were not members of parliament. Once we do that, they become complicit or being useless. Because since recalling them is almost impossible. And I will urge anybody who wants to read about recalling an MP right now, and you sit down and think of all the measures that you have to take, you realize that these people protected themselves against being recalled. But we have other weapons of chasing them, refusing them to go to any funeral, fundraising, schools, churches, collectively. And that will really help us. Unless we do that, we will empower them. We will refuse his bursary. He can't account for his bursary. He must return that bursary to the government. And there's no way he can say he did this. Why? Because we totally refused it, which makes it like he cannot eat even 1 shilling of that bursary. And I hope if Kenyans will do this collectively, if you can do that collectively, members of parliament will really be frustrated because you'll be asked by the author, the budget of how do we call
Control of budget.
Yes, control budget will question them that your people refused this, you did nothing with this money, you were given 300 million, you can't return nothing. Your employees are not supposed to be paid because they did nothing. You understand that? That's the beginning. Where you came from, it is not going to. There's no way we can recall these people. They made it almost impossible for us to recall them. Almost impossible. We can find a leeway if Justice Odunga and other Justice Njoki, who can celebrate, can listen. But if you get other judges,
Njoki does not listen. Njoki has never.
Not Njoki. I'm talking about, how do we call this lady? I hate to say this.
Philomena Mwilu.
No, the albino lady. I'm
Oh,
sorry to use it. I'm sorry to use that word.
Mumbi.
Justice
Mumbi.
Mumbi. If our case falls on that, then we are assured for justice. Okay? We have judiciary is rotten, but we still have a few people who can give us justice.
Even Justice Majanja.
Exactly. But when petitions comes, they refuse to give them. Why? They know the repercussions. So what we are saying is this: we must deal with them socially so that we can make them social MNS, social delinquents. You know, like in Kisi, many people do not understand. And I'll tell you, Pastor Father Darius will tell you. When we stand up in funerals, people will say, Osoro ninki. People will say, Osoro nenyuma. I wish I could translate that, but I can't. Why? I should not fear. People ask, who is Osoro? Osoro is an anas. Okay? And nobody respects that man in Kisii despite the fact that he is a whip. Why? Because the guy is corrupt. He's not progressive. He doesn't love kisses. He loves chaos. And we have separated ourselves from him. Any meeting he goes, he's abused, he's dejected, he's ashamed, he fears going to eat. That's why even in his own constituency, there was time he went with the funeral, and Simbarati went to the funeral, he was chased away, and Simbarati remained in a funeral. That's how we must deal with these people. When the courts refuse to give us justice, the people's courts acts up. Now, we need now to explain to our people that there is something called the people's court, whereby Alexia, you saw what happened in Siaya when the people court in Siaya decided Ochieng must go. Ochieng thought it was a joke.
Don't just say in Siaya, say in Ugenya, in his own constituency.
Yes, in Ugenya. The people courts in Ugenya. And it was in a funeral. Let's say it was not in a funeral whereby people are not mourning. What would have happened? And people respected Raila because he was there so that he cannot be accused that he's the one who did what? That. Had Raila not been there, what would have happened? Assault. Assault. And that's what I call people's court. If the judiciary has refused to listen to us, the people court must start working in all constituencies. Onyonka, if you are not going to shape up, ship out. And we will deal with you the way Kajwang used to say, perpendicularly. Let me leave it there.
Thank you. Thank you. I think we are closing on we have 8 minutes to go. So I'll give you Kenyan Mandamano 2 minutes. Then Never Give Up 2 minutes. And then By Fire 2 minutes. And Alex 1 minute of closing. So let's start with Kenyan Mandamano.
Thank you, Alexio. Never Give Up. I didn't see her before when we started the show, and I say to her Merry Christmas. Mimi nimerudi hapa kwa sababu kuna vile watu walisema we didn't have agents to catch up with our votes. But the fact remains that this lady Whitman said was a fairest, and some other words that she used to show that our election was the best. And when I look at all the problems that we got, it's not about the agents. How those agents were bought, however they were bought, whichever way, it doesn't make sense. Because votes are votes. If there are votes for Alexio and votes for Never Give Up, they are all different. They go different lineup. So when we are told there are no agents, I fail to understand whether that is the conclusion of everything. That because we didn't have agents, that's why we did not win. There is the conclusion of every election whereby we see the results, and the results end somewhere whereby we did not go and we were not allowed. That is why Kenya will never be happy, and why people are going through this painful situation, because of those players who did us wrong. As Alex have said about judiciary is the final where we run to when we find that we can't sort a problem out. But if all these people are the same as those who say that we didn't have agents, we are going nowhere. Kenya will never heal. And if the lower court rules a case against this jambazi, we are not yet out of the woods, kwa sababu itaenda Supreme Court, ambapo hao ndio majaji wakuu ambao wamebeba dhambi zote za Kenya. Hao ndio wamefanya Kenya ikawa vile iko, because for heaven's sake, if they ruled this case accordingly, we would not be here. We will be talking the progress of our country. But when you look at these heads sitting there, we thinking that these are the most educated people who understand the law, and yet they are the people who twist the law. We are in shambles. Kenya, we have a big job to do. Neither Jambazi are we getting him out, neither deputy we are getting him out. Judiciary must go too. There's somebody who said we have to do overhaul of the whole three arms of the government. And it is true. When you look at the people who were elected, and when I listened to the names of people and associated with UDA, you wonder, what a coincidence that all these people are UDA elected. And I will give an example of Anne Waiguru, who I dislike so much because of what she did to National Youth Service. One time I was in National Youth Service. I trained there. I was the best service woman, and I was given a cane of honor by the President of Kenya, President Moi. So I know NYS very well. NYS is...
Mom, wait a minute. Congratulations. You are given the cane of honor.
Yes.
Many people who never went to NYS do not know what that means. But I tell you, congratulations.
Thank you, Alex. So I know who go there. Some of the children who go there, it's like some lack school fees after doing their Form 4. Some are Form 2. They cannot continue with the education. And they end up there to further their education or career of a sort of a kind. Sasa hiyo ilikuwa ni maana ya watu ambao hawakuweza kuendelea, wanaweza enda huko na wafanye kitu fulani ya kuendeleza maisha yao, to develop their way. Unaona mtu kama Anne Waiguru anaingia huko anachimbua hizo pesa zote, NYS inakwama. Pahali ambapo watoto ambao wako na wazazi hawajiwezi wanaenda ndio wasaidike, wanaenda wanabomoa. With no mercy. Yeye afadhali achukue pesa yote, aende nayo, anunulie mtoto wake Mercedes Benz for happy birthday, lakini mtoto wa maskini akae bila hata hizo. We used to get like what is it called? Yani, the end of the month we used to get some money for you to use, just a very little amount, but by then it was a lot when you get it free. So it went on mpaka sasa unasikia wale watoto wako huko at the end of the month hawapati hiyo pesa yao, which they deserve. It's not, it is their right to get that money every end of the month. So it went like that. They were not getting the money. What am I saying? These are people. Anne Waiguru, remember, she had not even won. Waliconfuse yule alikuwa amemshinda, sijui ilienda namna gani, naye akapewa sijui kazi. I think she was made an ambassador. I don't know which country she was taken in Africa. So she decided to leave whatever she was fighting for and go to be ambassador. Na si hata mtu amesoma huyo anaitwa anafanywa ambassador. I think I was told she was a standard 7 lady from Kirinyaga. I am not quite sure, but that is what I heard people saying. Huyo ndio alipewa ambassador, one of the African country. Waiguru ndio sasa ndio apatiwe hiyo, waka exchange. Waiguru already had agreed that she was defeated, lakini akarudi nyuma tena, mambo ikafanywa hivi na vile, wakacheza karata, akawa ameshinda. So what am I saying? I'm saying we will never sit down and laugh and smile, Kenyans, when we have this kind of people in government. Watu ambao wamezoea tu kitu ya bure, kitu ya rahisi. Those people will never work hard to do anything. Wamezoea hiyo marupurupu ya serikali na kukula pesa ya serikali bure. So if we mean business of our country, it's now. In fact, we have a very good leeway of how to get our country back. We should not lose this step. This chance that we have, let's use it. It's very open, very straight. Hiyo mambo yote walitufanyia wakituita hot air. We were not hot air, wao ndio hot air, because they refused to do the work of the judiciary the correct way. Masaibu yetu ni kuwa sava ilipokataliwa kufunguliwa na hawa jaji wakaona kama ni hivyo, wakamaliza kesi namna hiyo, ndio tukaendelea na shida zetu. Ndio unaona sasa tunaumia, na tunaumia tukiwa mamilioni, na wale wanatuumiza they are just few hundreds. So people, get up. Let's unite. That's my motto. Let's unite. Let's come to one union with one goal. We want to get a good government. This one, we don't have any government in Kenya. Na shida yangu, nikifikiria wale wametuweka hapa, roho yangu inavunjika. Nikifikiria hao watu ni kucheka wanacheka. And the other thing, Ruto hivyo anachekaga. Si kucheka anachekaga. Ni mtu mbaya. Because somebody good, let me be somehow candid today. Mtu ambaye anachekaga namna hiyo na mambo ile anatenda ni mabaya, ni mtu muovu kabisa. Mtu ambaye anaweza endeleza nchi. Look at the face. He doesn't smile anyhowly. He's a serious guy, because he is thinking, what am I going to do to reach this point? Because my people need this and this country need this. Seriousness, not a seriousness of gloomy, but a serious face of somebody who is focusing on something that is potential for the country. That's what I'm putting. This guy, his smile it's a killing smile. Not killing that we like that smile, it's a real killing, kuua. Hiyo meno ni ya kuua, kwa sababu ni wangapi wamekufa akiwa tu ana smile hapo na hiyo meno yake. Whether he has taken a panga, whether he has taken a rungu or whatever, anybody who have died because of this intentional way of governing, ni wao wameua. Hata kama mtu amecommit suicide, ni wao wameua. Come to think about that. So I'm saddened, na mimi hii sadness yangu haiishi, inaendelea kuwa zaidi na zaidi, because my country can't just go like that. You see all these people suffering. Mimi sina uwezo, yule naweza saidia ni mmoja wawili. Hao wengine nani atawasaidia? Nani atawapea chakula? And in fact, when you look at these many children, where they are coming from, wacha tuongee ukweli. Tumeongea habari ya Maina Njenga. All these youth that are following him, however, hata kama wamekunywa bangi ama wamekunywa, they are human beings. How did they accumulate all this big number ambao hawana shule, hawajasoma, wanakunywa bangi na wanakunywa chang'aa? How did it happen? It's because the government is not concerned. It's not concerned about the
Okay,
people.
Mama, let's wind up.
So I'm saying, Kenyans, let's come together. Let's fight for our country. Thank you. I'll stop there. Something.
Thank you. We'll be having a show of closing the year this evening, so please be available. We close in a style as we enter the new year also in a style. Lazima solutions patikane. Never give up. I'm giving you 2 minutes, and then fire by strength. 2 minutes.
Yes, I've heard you maandamano kamili, and maybe Alex, I've also heard you, but what happened to David Ochieng is what I was actually trying to say. Things should happen from down. It has happened in Central as we speak. Those people, there are some people who can't even go there to their place. So if it's happening to even Kisumu, even Siaya, as you say, it should happen, it should be a replica to every county. So these people may know they are not wanted. Next is to uproot them from parliament. It will happen, and it can happen. And this should be a resolution for 2024. Because I don't see how you can talk to a thief. I mean, people will just not understand you. These people are thieves. What this guy is doing to us, he's stealing. He's making money. There are some people who are telling me also, when it reaches maybe 1 year to go, and he'll just try to spread his tentacles, give people money each and everywhere. Things will go down. That is not right. It's not right for this person. It's not right. Let's not give him that chance. Let's do what we can do. Alexia. Thank you.
Asante, Kenyan love. Let's hear from by fire before you close. Fire and strength. Fire and strength. Kombali. Honorable Alex, you have 1 minute of closing.
Yeah, I began my submission earlier in the day. I wasn't feeling very well, and I didn't think that I could come to the show. But when Bernard put the topic of De La Rue, which I had read when I was in the hospital, I had read over 26 articles about De La Rue and what has happened and the thief with the government. I thought it was nice and also honorable come and speak about it. The exit of Delaru will have a rippling effect to our currency. This is something that has operated in our country over 40 years. They had over 300 employees trained to make sure that our currency had a trademark, had a security caution, and also it had a way that nobody can manipulate it. And it had its own patterns. With the exit, that's why you have seen wash escalate, because the incoming company, which is NSI, when you look at how it has operated in other countries, it has not secured its currencies. My thoughts were like, if this is where we have reached, it means that before it started its operationalization, when the Lulu exited, the old money that was phased off and was not able to come to the banks because that is what they were targeting, was infused to our economy. Kenyans understand the kind of government we are dealing with. Whether you are in UDA and whether you are in Azimio, it doesn't matter. When you infuse illegal money into the economy, the effect has rippling effect. The buying index, the selling index, the exchange index, the budget index, the agricultural index, every index that counts for economic growth of a country is affected. And that's why we have been wondering what's happening with our currency. Can't we contain it? Manipulation has been done, but it's going to have a free fall. The question is, are we going to get ourselves into 180 per dollar before February? By mid-July, are we going to be 250? We have leaders who don't love our country, who doesn't care to contain, protect, and advance the liquidation of our money. So if there is a unifying factor at this time, is to make sure that in our maandamano, we try to understand who is in this company, who is the board of this company, apart from the CEO, who is a white man. How many challenges are there? What's their role? What are they trying to do there? Let me tell you the truth. My grandfather once told me something that I used to laugh and think it's not true. He used to say that when a Kisi is in the government, if he has a cow, he will milk half and give the calf half. If a Kikuyu is in the government, he will milk 3 quarters and give the cow a quarter. But if a Kalenjin is in the government, he will milk the cow until blood comes out. We are in a situation where the country has been milked to a point that not only blood has come out, pus has come out. I don't know how we call pus in Kiswahili. Can somebody remind me?
Usaha.
Usaha. Unakamua ng'ombe, maziwa inatoka, damu inatoka, mpaka usaha inatoka, and they don't care. Hao watu vichwa zao ni nzuri kweli? Saa hii ekonomi yetu ni usaha inatoka. Let me repeat it. Ekonomi yetu usaha unatoka. Tafakari. Tafakari. For the benefit of doubt, tafakari tena. Usaha unatoka katika ekonomi yetu. Asante sana.
Thank you for that closing remark. That was awesome. Remember, guys, we'll be having a show of closing the year. I'm just asking you to come early. Let's close the year with in style, and let's give the solutions that we'll be implementing in 2024. We love you all. Thank you for you being here, and thank you for making sound candid talk to what is supposed to be and what it is right now. Sound candid talk. Everything that you talk here, I do believe it's helping the country move to the right direction in one way or another. And we should not get tired. I know very well we shall get there. 2024 is a defining year, and definitely we shall get there. And as we go a long way, we are also looking for the right people who can be able to get us to the promised land, because we do realize even the children of Israel, those who left Egypt, not all of them got to the promised land. So these are not things that have not been tried. It's things that they keep on repeating itself. So those who we started with in Azimio, we know them, we know their deeds, and not all of them will get to the promised land. So we are shedding them as we go. Yes, and come to the promised land. We want to take clean people who can be able to champion the cause of the country and deliver the country to where it is. Wacha watu wa kununuliwa waendelee kununuliwa. But we as Kenyans who know the right thing, we shall stand with our truth, and our truth shall deliver us to the promised land. Fire by strength, you have 1 minute to close. And also, Julia, you have 1 minute to close. 1 minute each.
Can I start? Because I think Fire by Strength is sleeping. Okay. My take is the struggle continues, aluta continua. And like I've been saying, that once Baba comes back on the stage, he said that he's going to ask for mandamano. And I was suggesting this last night, or I don't know, today. Yes, we were talking with Alex today. Not today, last night, because now come up and asubuhi saa pia it's one Sunday. Now I was suggesting that with mandamano we can also do a tax boycott. And now we should Baba should now talk about cost of living. Should just tell Kenyans that we are doing a tax boycott to kick this government out. And we shall take all measures necessary. Even what I think Roba said earlier in the day, and Alex, that we can ask Kenyans to boycott even those companies and businesses that are supporting this government. We can do without them. we can decide that we are not buying their products. And we can even talk about what Alex was saying, secession. We can tell them that we are creating our own internal government within Kenya. And we tell people to choose where they want. We will be like Joshua. Joshua told the Israelites, as for him and his family, they were going to serve the Lord. Now you tell Kenyans to choose and decide where they want to be. Whether they want to be in Kenya kuisha ama kwa serikali. Na tuambie tunaendelea kufanya mipango vile tutaunda serikali mpya. And that's Ruto do his worst. Because now he's already done his worst to us. So wakati wa kubembeleza watu imeisha. And that is what I hope that Baba will come back with that new fire. And I also want to agree with Alex that it is we stop this thing of Wiper, I don't know, Mother Karawa's party, CG, ODM. For once, Baba team only won in 202 because they talk about because they were united. So once again, for now, we have to swallow our pride. And even these people who are going around saying the what has Mamisha sijui nani. Baba can still vie for presidency. Even Joe Biden is vying for presidency. And I think he's older than Baba. So we tuache speculate ati mtu wetu. No, we make up our mind and decide now, for us, mtu wetu that is important is to rescue this country from the hands of leaders from hell. Asante.
Go, fire.
Okay, ni sawa. Thank you. Naona watu wamekuja hapa even in the last day of the year, and we need to finish this year strongly. Mambo yote mabaya ya hii mwaka ya 2023 tuyayache nyuma, na yale mazuri itusukume now to 2024. This is what now I want to say. There is that meeting of Kafiroine today. We know that those people who are meeting in Kafiroine, they are not part of us, but they are part of the society. And when you're evaluating the society, you evaluate all the functions of the society. What can we draw? Mimi kuna kitu naona hapa we can draw from what is happening now. Ya kwamba when people get disorganized, even some people who are not supposed to get something, they start getting attention and appeal. So mimi ile kitu naweza ambia akina Martha Karua and all the forces of goodwill in Mount Kenya people, in Mount Kenya region, akina Kioni and the rest, if you people do not get organized properly, you get a structured unit, hawa akina Maina Njenga wataongoza nyinyi hawa, even if they are not good people. So I expect akina Martha Karua, Kioni, and all those people, akina Mureithi Derito, they cannot be just be detrotted wanasema simply because that Ruto aliingia pale and some of them lost their seats na viti zao zikachukuliwa na watu wengine, ati they are not there in the organized society. We need to see akina Martha Karua organizing people better than Mungiki leaders. I don't understand why we are incriminating, or many people are incriminating this Mungiki, and no one or the other people have not been, hakuna mtu amesema the same part of the society not to organize. If the same part of the society organizes properly, hata hii Mungiki haitakuwa anywhere. So mimi ile kitu naona, I see moving forward, Martha Karua aache kulia. I think amelia excess. Sasa she has now to step out with a big foot. When Baba chose her as number 2, that was power. So Martha Karua has power, and we need to start seeing her exercising authority and also organizing meetings. Wacha tusikie Martha Karua ako na mkutano Murang'a, ako na mkutano Meru, ako na mkutano Kirinyaga, but Martha Karua cannot wait for other people to start organizing meetings na tumuoni. I want to start feeling Martha Karua in the grassroots, whether akona watu wawili ama akona watu watatu. I want to see her meetings alone, peke yake, whoever, despite wale watu watatokezea. But we cannot allow Maina Njenga to be having meetings and the same part of the society is not having meetings. So that is where now things are not working properly. How akina Derito Mureithi, akina nani, you people organize your own sane meetings where you can speak about people's problem, where you can speak about revolution na vitu zingine, and through that hata hawa akina Maina Njenga, they will have no platform. And I want somebody here to challenge me and nieleze, how comes we do not have people in Mount Kenya region who can organize and give a front? Na msiniambia ati even in other regions people are not organizing. Raila Odinga has held meetings in Migori, they were flocked. He organized meetings in Siaya, many people are going there, including even kulikuwa na agitation ya watu kuchukua kura. Kukua members wa ODM, I mean. There was a lot of agitation there. So kumaanisha people are already organizing in Western Kenya and in Nyanza region of Kenya. But the Azimio wing of Mount Kenya region is not organizing. And the only person who seems to organize is this Maina Njenga, who many of us here, they disagree that he is our part. So akina Martha Karua, they have to start organizing. Let me hear Martha Karua is having a stadium meeting, but hawezi kuwa kila saa anangojea mikutano itengenezwe na watu wengine. We don't need a Raila Odinga meeting in Mount Kenya region. Wacha Martha Karua atengeneze hiyo mkutano. I want to see even in hapo Kasarani, how comes Martha Karua cannot hold a meeting there hapo Kasarani? We need to start seeing her. She is number 2. And in case Raila Odinga is not in the political front, na Kalonzo Musyoka, they are on the front point portion of our. She is at the central point of our politics in Kenya, and for her to clean her name, including hii maneno watu wamekuwa kila saa wakimwambia hata kule anatoka hakuna kule alileta huko. She has to start organizing. She cannot start organizing in 2026. Wacha Martha Karua anzie kukua na mikutano, mega meetings whereby she is challenging government. It's not about going to the media. Going to the media is okay, but I want to see her in the ground and having those formal meetings. If there is any solicitation of funds which are needed to facilitate those things, I think Azimio is strong enough, they can facilitate that. But wacha sasa mama anzie sasa, because that is what we suffered. We have a vacuum, as Alex said, yes, and she can now stamp her authority without anyone. Now people are desperate. If you come to the community and you give a proper roadmap, watu wanaweza kufuata. It's only that these people are not understanding the moment. So that is the problem which I have with some of our Azimio people. They don't know how to organize, and they have to start organizing now. Bring people on fold. It's not about that going to church at kwenda kwa makanisa. I want to see if I know Kenyans are suffering. So starting January 1, hii mwaka inakuja January, tafadhali Martha Karua, Jeremiah Kioni, all those people who claim they are Jubilee, Azimio, NARC Kenya, you people, we have to start seeing your meeting. Hata nyinyi endeni Kafiruini, endeni Kivingoti, endeni Kirigiti, go to Kenoru Stadium, go to Embu Stadium. We want to see you people bringing people together. Bring peace meeting. Talk to people. I'm not saying that.
Thank you for great submission. Otherwise,
Let me rebut on that just 30 seconds. We were not castigating Maina Njenga. What I was trying to do is to tell people the history of a man who was taken over because the people who seem to be clean are afraid to take over. And if this man does take over, nobody should talk against him at any point. He worked hard. when there was a vacuum, and he brought the unity which was missing in Mount Kenya. That was my trend when I was asking those questions. I wanted people to know the history of that man, but at the same time, I wanted to know what he has done right now. He has brought the Kikuyus together, whether it's fortunate or unfortunately. And it seems like he's taking kingship. And if he does take, nobody should be in this nonsense that, oh, he did this, he did this, he did this. That one, we exhausted it. Because people like the Katanga MP, tulikuwa tunamuita nani?
PK.
Kenneth.
Nobody has seen that man after the election. Kabogo nowadays speaks. Kwanza siku hizi anaweka nywele kubwa, kipara katikati. He looks like a thug. Nyoro. Go ahead.
You know, they normally say in my language, njaa ni mbaya, inaweza kupeleka mahali mama yako aliwawa. I'll just leave it there.
Nyoro, who was the Kiambu member governor, we can't hear him. Kimemia, we can't hear him. But we can hear what? Maina Njenga. So, if he takes over kingship in Mount Kenya, nobody should make noise. They all knew his weaknesses, but they kept quiet. That's what Njiru I was trying to come up with. Do all they know this? Yes. Are they keeping quiet? Yes. Is this man advancing in his politics? Yes. And the issue of, somebody did say that he's not electable. Vitu vichenjanga.
Okay. Vindu vichenjanga. Let's meet in the next.
Alex, so you are saying vitu vichenjanga. Tunaweza kaona kama Maina Njenga amerais kama akina Uhuru.
Yes.
Because let me tell you, Madam Julia, it is sad that the vacuum that is in Mount Kenya, despite the galaxy of leadership, managerial, interpersonal relationship, communication, banking, corporate, everybody has gone mute. When Mama Mboga, when the mothers were waru, carrots, and the whole system of agriculture, hakuna mtu anawatetea. It's Maina Njenga who is speaking about it.
And I think these guys are just weaklings. Sorry to say that, Alex. And either they are weaklings, others are very greedy and self-centered. Na why they cannot stand on their own is because huwa wanaangalia ni wapi wanaweza angukia. Sasa kila saa hawana msimamo. I even don't trust Jeremiah Kioni. He looks like he can behave like Sabina anytime. You know, that is the kind of body language he gives me. Mother is very steady, but kuna ile kasuba ya watu wataki wanawake. Sasa hiyo ndio imesubua Mother. Otherwise, she could have been the queen pin because she's the only woman who dares to say that Ruto is not her president. She's the only person who dares. Lakini ukiangalia wengine, hata siku hizi wanatembea na kina na Raila, sijui former governor Nyandarua ni former governor waya. This guy.
Muranga. Iria, Mwangi wa Iria.
Okay, I don't know. Mwangi wa Iria had the guts. Where has Mwangi wa Iria disappeared to?
Laikipia, Nderitu.
Derito and Mwangi wa Iria. Mwangi wa Iria, by the way, has more guts than Derito. But Mwangi wa Iria, the way he popped up during the elections, after I think he was an opportunist. And now akafika mahali akaona kwamba ni kama tuendi anywhere na hii kupigania kwetu. So he quit. He's doing his own business, waiting to see what happens. You see the way they would pop up if something happens and it seems like Baba is becoming president. I don't like that attitude that is more in Mount Kenya and is spreading in other parts of the country now. It's really a bad thing that people only think about themselves and how much they can gain. Actually,
Nice.
I want to say sadly that the generation of Raila Amolo Odinga and Matiba, we are going to miss those leaders because we do not have those kind of persons in Kenya. Nitatafuta sana, nimetafuta nimekosa. So that is what Mount Kenya is going through. So if you people agree that this warrior kind of a man is what Gachagua deserves, I don't know. Maybe that's what is going to happen. But things are not going to be rosy because Maina Njenga's followers are militant. And we just hope today there will be no chaos, thanks to Gachagua, because Gachagua is the one who wants chaos. It's not Maina Njenga's followers. So,
Okay, thank you.
Let me finish what I was saying. Gachagua
Can we meet in the next video?
Alex anasema
we have to save the best for last.
Which video? What time are you bringing the next show? Because mimi nalala alafu niende kanisa alafu ndio nikuje baadaye.
Yes, it will be around what normally I think Bernard will start at 10 Kenyan time, 10 p.m.
Okay.
That will be good time, yeah.
But
Okay.
we are only 4 hours 36. We haven't even reached 5 hours. Why are you being stingy?
No, we are not getting to 5 hours because I think we need to save the best for the last.
No. Yes, tomorrow we are going to speak the best. Today we are going to speak the best. Today I did not plan to come to the show because I am actually extremely sick. But I have braved myself.
Get well. We wish you all the best. Quick recovery.
For the sake of this debate. But let me finish this. The point I wanted to say. And I want to support Njiru that if it means that leaders are feared to take leadership, and Maina Njenga is courageous and he wants to take leadership. His past is murky, we know it, and that's why I had to spell it out, so that we will not fear to say that this is what happened. But people refuse to take leadership. So, Madam Julia, I urge you as my best friend, there is nothing that exists in a vacuum. That's where physics says. Let me repeat again. There is nothing that exists in a vacuum. And Mount Kenya cannot continue not having a leader. So let's give him an opportunity. But if we see extremism, that's when we'll start advising him that don't go this way. Thank you very much. Let's give Maina Njenga an opportunity.
Okay. Tuonane masaa ingine.
Okay, thank you guys. Let's save the best for the last. Today's show itakuwa mauano.
Siniseme kitu moja basi as you close.
Alex, I pray that you are stronger. When you are here, the debate is so good because you help us think outside the box.
Yeah, so mimi kuna kitu naweza ambia watu. So what we can do now is if Maina Njenga is going to have any meeting in Kafiroine, Nyeri, let's watch and judge them based on what they are going to do there, what they are going to talk there. We have an opportunity to listen to them, tunaweza wasikiliza, and then we can make an intellectual judgment. Yeah, so let's not verify them now. Wacha tusikie what is the equation. They could be having an equation, but wacha tu tuwasikilize. Let's give them that benefit of doubt. Tuwasikilize. They are not in our front, I agree, but wacha tuwasikilize tusikie wako na nini. Wanaweza kuwa wako na ile bukuki ya kudunga tumbo katikati. And you don't know.
Haya, tutawasikiza, tutawa analyze in the next show. Thank you very much. See you in the next show. Bye-bye.
Lakini if we are having the best show to...
Afadhali mzee ambaye ni mtulivu, ambaye hana haja ya kujaza mifuko yake, ambaye atachunga masilahi ya watu yake, badala ya mdomo tamtamu 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 tamtamu, lakini akiingia ni wale wa kufanya moja yako, nusu ya mwananchi, mbili yako na tano yangu, na mnawajua nyinyi mna.
Mimi naona hii maendeleo, anasema iko maendeleo, hakuna maendeleo. Maendeleo ya nini? Ya matope. Maendeleo ya matope kama maya.
Kwenda kabisa, kwani lazima. Enda, tera twende.
Wakenya mko njaa.